Good morning.
May I please, Lordship?
Yes.
Lordship, I beg to mention hearing item number 26 and 27, Lordship.
26.
26 and 27, Lordship.
Okay. Yes.
Lordship, on behalf of MD Imsong, additional AG, Lordship.
Who is for the petition?
Important petitioner, Lordship.
So when do you want?
After 2 weeks, Lordship.
Okay, Miss
Because or no?
and counsel for the petitioner is present. Miss
S. Chang,
appearing on behalf of
MD
Team Sound,
additional AG.
additional AG. And counsel for the appearing on the behalf of the land council for the respondent and state respondent prays for listing this matter after 2 weeks. The prayer is allowed. List this matter after 2 weeks. 26 and 27.
26 and 27.
Okay.
Lordship, I also beg to mention item number 6, Lordship. On behalf of Avitoli, Lordship. Kindly grant me 3 weeks time to file my counter affidavit, Lordship.
Okay.
6 and 7 years.
So have you informed the counsel for the petitioner?
Mm.
Hmm?
I have no instructions. Lordship.
Whether the counsel for the petitioner is present?
The petitioner's counsel is unable to appear today, so
Okay.
but he has no objections. Lordship.
On the joint prayer made by the learned counsel for the petitioner and the respondent state, list this matter after
After 3 weeks, Lordship.
3 weeks.
Lordship.
Okay.
Obliged, Lordship.
Lordship, I beg to mention hearing item 28. Lordship, I have already taken steps for withdrawal of my wakalatnama, Lordship. And I'll be filing appropriate
28.
affidavit, yes.
Is it for
So if it
condonation?
can kindly be listed after 3 weeks.
In a- Okay.
I have
Mr.
taken the
Santiago,
consent of the opposite counsel.
you're for?
I'm for respondent number 2, Lordship.
Mr. Santiago, learned counsel for the applicant submitted he has taken a step for withdrawal of his wakalatnama from the case. And prays for
3 weeks, Lordship.
3 weeks time. So, Mr.
Mr. Kachish, Lordship.
Learned counsel for the respondent
Respondent number 2, Lordship.
two is present. Is prayed, comma, list this matter after 3 weeks. Okay.
Much obliged.
Yes, Lordship. Lordship, I beg to mention item number 10, Lordship.
Item
10, Lordship.
10.
For respondent number 3 and 4, Lordship. Lordship, kindly list this matter after 3 weeks to file affidavit in opposition.
Yes, we have not yet filed affidavit.
Yes, Lordship.
Who is for the petitioner? Have you informed?
Lordship, I have taken the consent from the petitioner, Lordship.
Okay. Mr. His name, huh? Learned counsel for the respondent number
3 and 4, Lordship.
3 and 4. With the consent of the learned counsel for the petitioner, prays for and is granted how much time?
3 weeks, Lordship.
3 weeks time to file counter affidavit. Stop. The prayer is allowed. List this matter after 3 weeks. Okay.
Lordship, I also beg to mention item number 2 and 3, Lordship. Lordship, kindly list this matter after 2 weeks.
Affidavit not yet filed. And in 2 and
2 and 3, Lordship.
reply not filed 2.
Lordship, we're not going to file reply, Lordship.
Hmm?
We're not going to file reply, Lordship.
You are going to file,
No, we're not going to file reply.
not going to file reply.
Yes, Lordship.
Earlier you prayed for filing reply. You are,
I'm for the review petitioner, Lordship.
there was a prayer for filing of reply. Just item 2. Reply affidavit not filed. So you're not going to file.
Yes, Lordship.
Okay, so when do you want?
After 2 weeks, Lordship.
You're for respondent.
For respondent number 1, can you repeat this?
Okay,
If you are not filing the reply, that may be recorded.
okay. Mr.
Mr. Kachish, Lordship.
Okay, learned counsel for the petitioner submit that the petitioner is not going to file reply affidavit and pray for listing this matter after
2 weeks,
3
Lordship.
Stop. Mr. Limawapum, learned counsel for the respondent number 1 is present, comma, stop, is prayed, comma, list this matter after 2 weeks.
Yes, Lordship.
3 weeks or 2 weeks?
2 weeks, Lordship.
Okay, 2 weeks.
May it please your lordship.
Yes,
Your lordship, in item number 21, I have already entered appearance, but a copy of the petition is yet to be served to me.
okay.
I need to file an objection to the interim order dated 19/3/2024 as well, my lord. But since the copy is yet to be served to me, the copy may be served to me today, and the time may be also granted to me to file an objection to the interim order, lordship.
Okay, so petitioner is present.
Yes, Lord.
Mr. Medovero, land counsel for the petitioner is present. Staff. Mr. Joshua Saki,
My lord.
would appear on behalf of respondent number.
One, your lordship, the sole
One.
respondent.
Okay. Appear on behalf of sole respondent, and submits that he is the respondent is yet to receive a copy of the review petition. Criminal revision. Staff.
Civil revision. my lord.
Sorry, civil revision. No? Civil revision. Staff. Mr. Medovero, and counsel for the petitioner shall furnish a copy of the civil revision petition to the land council appearing on behalf of the sole respondent with during the course of the day. Okay, stop. Age parade, comma. The list is matter after 3 weeks. How
Your
is that?
lordship, time may also be granted to me to file an objection to the interim order dated 19/3/2024. lordship.
Okay, Mr. Joshua Sakilan, further prays that he may be granted time to file objection to the
The interim order, your lordship,
interim order passed by this court on
19/3/2024. lordship.
2024. Stop, the prayer is allowed. Okay, list is matter after
4 weeks, my lord.
4 weeks. Okay,
Obliged, Lord.
Obliged, your lordship.
Lordship, I beg to mention item 13. I may be allowed to, I have already received the affidavit in opposition filed by the respondents 2 to 4, Lordship. 2 to 6, Lordship, and I want to file reply to it, Lordship, so I may kindly be granted 2 weeks.
item 13.
Item 13, 1-3, Lordship. It is in the stage of admission.
Lordship, I'm appearing for respondents 2 to 6.
Okay. Mr. Santiago, land counsel for the petitioner. Praise for
2 weeks
2
time,
weeks time
Lordship,
to
to
file.
file affidavit in reply to the affidavit in
affidavit in
opposition
reply.
filed by the respondents
File
2 to
affidavit
6.
in reply to the affidavit in opposition filed by the respondent. Staff. Miss
And Solo.
land counsel for the respondent. Respondents is also present. Staff. Is prayed, comma. List is matter after 2 weeks.
2 weeks, deeply obliged.
Much minutes.
May I please, your lordship, I beg to
Yes.
mention item number 24/25, lordship.
Okay,
Lordship, I'm appearing for respondent number 2 and 3, lordship. Lordship, the municipal council is indisposed. I've taken the consent of the other party also. Let it come after 3 weeks, lordship.
No objection.
okay. Mr. Anjana Modi,
Is that cool?
sorry, Jet Kulno, land counsel for the appellant is present. Stop. Mr.
CD rooms
land counsel for the respondent,
2 and 3,
2 and 3, praise for listing this matter after
2 weeks.
3 weeks. The prayer is not objected by the land counsel for the appellant staff. Accordingly, the prayer is allowed. List this matter after 3 weeks. Okay,
Obliged, Lordship. May I please, your lordship?
yes,
Lordship, I beg to mention item number 22, your lordship.
item
22, your lordship, for hearing.
23.
On behalf,
Make it.
22, your honor.
Okay,
On behalf of W.R. Modi, your lordship. Lordship, here the leading council is indisposed, your lordship. He had some urgency, medical urgency, your lordship. He had to rush to Gauhati, your lordship. If the matter can come up on 13, Lord.
okay. Mr. Land counsel for the land counsel for the appellant submits that the main council is indisposed and prays for listing this matter on
13, your honor.
13.
13, your honor.
Okay, to which Mr. Land counsel for the respondent has no objection. Stop. The prayer is allowed. List this matter on 13.
1-3.
1-3. Yes,
May I please, my lord?
yes,
Lordship, I beg to mention item number 12. I am for the sole respondent here, your lordship. If 3 weeks' time can be granted to me, your lordship.
okay.
Your lordship may kindly reflect in the order sheet
Hmm.
on whether the government is going to, it's an issue of whether the government is also going to appoint their own arbitrator or the sole arbitrator, the arbitrator which the present petitioners have nominated. The arbitrator is the retired judge, His Lordship.
The present arbitrator is Army.
Sharma, B.M. Sharma.
Oh,
Lordship, if the respondents, if they are also agreeable to the nominated arbitrator,
hmm.
then the matter will end there itself.
Lordship, in fact, what happened is the department, that is a sole respondent, they have sent one instruction raising objection. But the objection that they have raised in appointing the arbitrator, in fact, is not quite relevant to the present arbitration petition. And therefore, some queries has to be sought for. Probably they have not understood the content of the arbitration petition, Your Lordship. Maybe it appears to be like that. So if some time can be granted so that I can get the clarification, and if the department can rectify that, then Your Lordship, yes.
Your Lordship, my apologies. I misquoted the name of His Lordship, a retired High Court Judge, B.K. Sharma.
Okay.
So, Your Lordship, if the only issue is if the respondents are also agreeable to one arbitrator, nominated arbitrator, that is B.K. Sharma, then this Honorable Court can proceed ahead with appointing B.K. Sharma as the sole arbitrator. Or if the state respondents, the respondents are also agreeable, they also want to appoint their own arbitrator, then they have to bring that before the notice of this Honorable Court. The issue is only that, whether they want to appoint their own arbitrator and to have two arbitrators, or they are also agreeable to His Lordship, B.K. Sharma as the sole arbitrator. So that may be reflected in the order sheet so that the respondents are not confused.
So you need to obtain instruction.
Yes. I need to obtain
Probably
clarification.
he has to clarify.
According to my letter print received
These are the
from,
position, and let him obtain instruction first.
yes, my lord, but
Explain the position.
Yes.
at least that may kindly be reflected in the order sheet that
Okay.
the petitioners have nominated. Yes.
Counsel for the petitioner, Mr. Joshua Saki, is present. You are appearing for the first time, Mr. Angami?
No, Your Lordship.
Okay. Mr. Angami also heard this first half, or Mr. Joseph Sapilana, counsel for the petitioner. Also heard Mr. Angami, counsel for appearing on behalf of respondent number.
Sole respondent.
Sole respondent. No, three. Okay, sole respondent staff. Who prays for 3 weeks time
3
to
weeks
obtain necessary instruction.
Necessary clarification to the
Clarification
instruction.
from the
Yes.
from the client, from his client, staff. Mr. Joseph Sekilan, counsel for the petitioner, submits that the counsel for the respondent may also obtain necessary instruction with regards to the appointment of sole arbitrator of Mr. Justice B.K. Sharma
Yes, Lordship.
is proposed by the petitioner.
Yes, Lordship.
And also clarify if the sole respondent wants to prefer to appoint their own arbitrator.
Yes, my lord.
Staff. In view of the above. Okay, you just obtained that.
Yes.
Okay, so the case stands adjourned. List is matter after
3 weeks, man.
3 weeks. Okay.
I'm Lordship. Lordship, I also beg to mention item number 10. Lordship, I'm for the respondent number 1 in this contempt petition.
They already mentioned somebody.
Lordship, item number 5. On behalf of
Affidavit not filed.
yes, Your Lordship, on behalf of I'm not in this contempt petition, Your Lordship. I'm mentioning on behalf of Additional AG V. Shokre and my colleague KV. V. Shokre is appearing for respondent number 1 to 3, and my colleague KV is for respondent number 4. I have been informed that the case of the petitioner has been placed before the MRC, and they are awaiting approval of the MRC, Your Lordship. So if some time can be granted, my lord.
Lordship, this is very unfortunate. The respondents are sitting over the matter for the last more than 20 months. And submission has been met, Lordship, that the case of the petitioner is under consideration. And in that view of the matter, Lordship passed the order to file necessary affidavit, bringing the notice of this court how far the step has been taken to pursue the case of the petitioner. How far the respondent are taking steps for consideration of the petitioner case. So my brief Lordship, I have no objection for the time sought by the respondents. However, Lordship, direction may be issued to file affidavit to that effect.
Okay,
How far they are taking steps to comply with the court's order.
okay. So, Learned Counsel for the petitioner, Mr. Bhatti Jamir. Heard Mr. Bhatti Jamir, Learned Counsel for the petitioner. Also heard Mr. Angame appearing on behalf of V. Sukre and additional AG for respondent number 1 to 3
1 to 3.
and Mr. KB Angame, no?
Yes, my lord.
Learned Counsel for the respondent number 4. So Mr. Angami prays for, on behalf of the Learned Counsel for the respondents, pray for
4 weeks time. my
4
lord.
weeks' time to file, to obtain instruction
Yes,
and to file affidavit.
to that effect, your lordship.
Lordships,
Mr. What is
submission of respondent is that my case is under consideration
Okay.
before the MRC.
and Mr. Okay, Angami submits says,
Not me, your lordship. That is what I have been
Okay.
informed.
appearing on behalf of Ms. Sukri and Mr. KB submits that the the case of the petitioner is under consideration,
Yes. your
under
lordship.
consideration. Before
MRC.
MRC,
Your lordship.
MRC,
MRC, Manpower Rationalization Committee, my lord.
rightful, huh? At this, Mr. Jamir, Learned Counsel for the petitioner, submits that the respondent may be directed to file affidavit to that effect.
Lordship.
Okay, start. The respondent shall file affidavit specifically on the query as to how far the steps with regards to the how far
The steps taken by the respondents for
the step
consideration
taken
of
by
the
the
petitioner
respondents
case.
are under progress,
Yes, pursuant to the court's order.
person to the direction of the court,
Lordship.
direction of this court, stuff. Okay. Then no, this you see, the affidavit only to that effect, the how far it is progress,
Lordship.
extra for that is not possible probably.
Lordship, this condemned petition,
Hmm.
now it's
So
more,
since they are filing affidavit,
yes.
in the affidavit only, also they will mention.
Because submission of the respondent is that Lordship, my case is under consideration before
Hmm.
MRC.
Hmm.
That is oral submission, Lordship, verbal submission.
To file an affidavit, then
Lordship,
ask them to file an affidavit.
Lordship. And that is the,
Yes, because last time also probably they have sought for an adjournment that it is under consideration. And probably this need to be informed to this court.
Lordship, that I, yes, my lord, I'm not able to.
Inform them,
Yes. Or if a specific direction can be.
specific direction.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, then that correction will be made. Then the respondent shall file the affidavit accordingly. Stop. List is made after
4 weeks, my lord.
4 weeks. Okay.
I'm deeply obliged.
no, Lordship.
May I please, Lordship?
Yes.
Lordship, with the consent from the other parties, I beg to mention item number 29. Today, my senior has some personal difficulties, so I pray the matter may be fixed on Thursday, Lordship.
Okay. Mr.
I, Jamir.
Learned Counsel for the Learned Counsel appearing on behalf of Mr.
Lordship, my name is also there
Okay.
for the
okay.
petitioner.
Counsel for the petitioner submits that his senior has some personal difficulties and pray for the adjournment of the matter.
Lordship.
The prayer is allowed. List this matter after
Lordship, on Thursday, Lordship.
On Thursday? No. Okay, the prayer is allowed. List is met,
On 9th.
prayer is allowed, list is met on Thursday.
Obliged, Lordship.
May I please?
Have you informed the CGSC?
Lordship, I have informed. Actually, they were here.
Okay,
Obliged, Lordship.
May I please, Your Lordship?
yes,
Lordship, I beg to mention item number 23, Your Lordship. For
Yes.
respondent number 2 and 3, Your Lordship.
23. Some
Lordship.
already mentioned. 22 mentioned. It was 22.
Lordship.
Okay,
Lordship, if the matter can be posted after 2 weeks, Lordship. For respondent number 2 and 3. Lordship, I have no objection.
okay. Mr. Lima, upon learning counsel for the petitioner is present. Mr.
I'm Solon.
Learning counsel for the respondent number 2 and 3 prays for listing this matter after 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
The prayer is allowed. The prayer not being objected to by the land council for the petition. Accordingly, the prayer is allowed. List this matter after 2 weeks.
Lordship.
May I please, Your Lordship?
Yes,
Lordship, I beg to mention item number 9.
item 9.
Yes, Your Lordship. Lordship,
Yes.
can it be listed on 31st of May?
Wakalat number 5.
Yes, Lordship.
You are for
Lordship, I'm for the respondent, Lordship.
okay. Respondent has just filed Wakalat nama. Okay. Miss
Riyakrula.
Uyakrulu, land council for the petitioner is present. Stop. Miss
Obang Nila Longchar.
Obamnila Longchair, land council for the respondent number.
The sole respondent, Lordship.
Okay. So respondent prays for how much time?
Lordship, can it be listed on 31st May? 31st.
Okay. Then you write this. Administered. Ruyakrulu, land council for the petitioner, and Miss Obangongche, land council for the respondent. Stop. As prayed for by the land council for the party, list this matter on
31st May, Your Lordship.
31st May.
Yes.
Okay.
Lordship.
Okay.
Lordship, I beg to mention item number 11. The petitioner's counsel has some personal difficulties today, Lordship. So, Lordship, I pray that it may be fixed on Thursday.
The,
Item number 11, Lordship.
okay. Miss
Ubang Nangla Longchar.
land council for
Lordship, I'm appearing on behalf of Supangwati Wale.
no. Land council appearing on behalf of Mr. Supangwati Walling, land council for the petitioner. Submits that the main counsel for the petitioner is, she has some personal difficulties today and prays for listing this matter after 2 weeks.
On Thursday, Lordship.
Thursday.
Yes, Lordship.
Okay, on Thursday. To which Miss Mary, land counsel for the respondent, has no objection. The prayer is allowed. List this matter on Thursday. Okay.
Obliged, Lordship. May I please, Your Lordship?
Yes.
Lordship, I beg to mention item number 14 to 19. Can you grant us 3 weeks' time to file an affidavit in reply to the affidavit in opposition filed by the state respondent?
No.
objection, Lordship.
Miss
Berta Tep.
land counsel for the petitioner submits, then prays for how much time?
3 weeks' time.
Further 3 weeks' time to file affidavit in reply. The prayer is allowed. Miss land government advocate for the respondent is also present. List is as prayed, list this matter after 3 weeks. Okay.
Lordship, I also beg to mention item number 4.
Item 4.
Yes, Lordship. Kindly grant us 3 weeks' time.
There
Since
are
we
also
have not,
affidavit not filed.
no, Your Lordship. Since there were some errors in the documents of the petitioner, we have sent it to the department. However, we have not received any
So
information.
then in that case, the affidavit, the respondent may not be able to file affidavit then. unless you want what you want.
We have corrected, rectified the petitioner's errors that was in the documents of the petitioner. However, we have not received any information from the department.
Any
Information,
what type of information?
confirmation.
Confirmation?
The rectification that was sent there, we have not received any instructions.
Okay. So when do you want?
After any receipt after 3 weeks.
Miss Land Council for the petitioner prays for listing this matter after 3 weeks.
Yes, Your Chief.
Okay. Her name also, yeah? Record, huh? Present. The prayer is allowed list this matter after 3 weeks. Okay.
May I please, Your Lordship?
Yes.
Lordship, I beg to mention item number 20, Lordship. 20. On behalf of V. Jumami, Lordship.
Is in the order?
Lordship,
Yes. What do you want
after 3 weeks, Lordship.
after 3 weeks?
Thank you, Lordship.
No objection. Your amicus.
Lordship, on behalf of Ajo, my senior Ajo,
Okay. Mr.
the Blue Marshal Lordship, on behalf of my senior Ajo.
Appear on behalf of Mr. Ezo. Miss Lanet Counsel for the Lanet Counsel for the respondent, state respondent prays for listing this matter after 3 weeks.
3 weeks, Lordship.
The prayer is allowed list this matter after 3 weeks. Okay.
Much obliged.
Lordship, I also beg to mention item number 8, Lordship, on behalf of Lubiga, Lordship. Can you grant me 2 weeks' time, Lordship?
So in this case, for a petition. Respond last occasion of the mid submission that the department is ready to comply with the direction passed by this group.
So I think return service is still awaited. Yeah, in this case. Service upon how many respondents are there? Mr. Limo upon Land Council for the petitioner. Miss, you are for the respondent or appearing on behalf of somebody?
For state respondents, Lordship.
Okay. So respondent number 1, is contempt.
Contempt, Lordship.
Respondent.
On behalf of Lubiga, Lordship.
Okay.
Lordship, on last occasion, she was
for the respondent.
she was appearing for respondent number 1.
Respondent number 1.
1 and 2.
Praise for
2 weeks, Lordship.
listing this matter after 2 weeks. The prayer is allowed. List this matter after 2 weeks. Okay.
Lordship, I also beg to mention item number 1, Lordship, on behalf of Lubiga, Lordship. 1. Need to receive instructions, so kindly grant me 3 weeks' time, Lordship.
Affidavit not yet filed.
Not yet filed, Lordship.
Okay. Have you informed the counsel for the petitioner?
My lord, this matter, affidavit of the respondent 2 and 3 has not been filed, so let it be the last chance.
Okay. Mr. Is Jao, Land Counsel for the petitioner staff. Miss,
Yes, Chair.
you are also
For the respondent number 1, I filed my contract with 1.
already filed.
It's already filed.
Okay, then who has not filed?
2 and 3.
2 and 3. Okay.
Yeah, so let it be
You
the
are for
last
2 and
chance.
3. Okay, Miss So-and-so. You are appearing? Okay, appearing on behalf of respondent number 2 and 3, prays for and is granted 2 more weeks.
3 weeks.
Further 3 weeks time to file, to obtain necessary instruction and to file affidavit in opposition.
Position.
Okay.
My lord, let it be the last chance. Because this has been dragging on for quite some time.
Okay. Further to 3 weeks time to file affidavit in opposition as a last chance. Start. List this matter after 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Okay.
Right, Lordship.
For hearing, item number 30. For hearing, item number 30.
No one appears. They are coming. Okay. Okay.
Your Lordship, my senior Sir People Police on his way, Your Lordship, coming. Just 1 minute, Your Lordship, if I may.
Whether the respondents are present. You are for?
You're present, Your Lordship. My senior is also here.
He is
Just
also.
wait, yes,
Oh,
yes.
he is also coming.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Okay. We'll wait for some time.
Yes.
Me, please, Your Lordship.
Yes, please.
Your Lordship, I came here indulgence to excuse me. Just due to this jam from Dimapur ID, I
No,
had
no
just,
problem. No problem.
just I aberrate.
Okay.
Your Lordship, this is a petition, Your Lordship, wherein I am this one association that Sumi Kukami Hoho. Sumi Kukami Hoho is an association. Kukami means GB. I am having one association, it is called Western Sumi Kukami Hoho, WSKH. So, Your Lordship, I am the GB and I am having my union where the members are all GBs. Kukamis means GBs.
Okay.
And there is another association union, Western Sumi Hoho. Western Sumi Hoho. This is association of common Sumi people.
Okay. The other one, WSKH means
Kukamis means GBs union.
Western
Sumi
Sumi
Kukami means GB. GBs union.
Kukami. H stand for
Hoho. Hoho means union association.
Western Sumi Kukami Hoho.
Yes, yes.
Western Sumi Hoho. So
Hoho.
here in the WH, it's no Kukami.
Yes, Your Lordship. And Your Lordship, in a nutshell, Your Lordship, that Sumi Kukami Hoho is having their own constitution, approved constitution by these Kukamis, Sumi Kukami Hoho, and they are guided by their constitution. Because Your Lordship will appreciate that Article 19C of the Constitution of India has given a mandate to any citizen of India to form association. And the Sumi Kukami Hoho they are this president secretary and these other office bearers, as per clause 6 of their constitution, how their office bearers will be chosen. There is a provision, Kukamis. Now, what happened, Your Lordship? There was a dispute arises regarding this Kukamis office bearers. Kukami House office bearers who were selected for the year period, this 2020 to 2024, 2022, 2024. Now, Your Lordship, while this dispute arises, then the Sumi Hoho, Western Sumi Hoho, WSH, they are having their separate entity, they are having their separate constitution. They have interfered into the matter of Kukami Hoho. And they are, with all fairness, they are telling that their constitution is having power to deal with the matter. But Your Lordship, Sumi, Western Sumi Kukami Hoho, we are having our own constitution. And in our constitution, nowhere we have accepted or we have passed any article or we have framed any article that we shall be the part and parcel of Western Sumi Hoho. Now, Your Lordship will appreciate that.
So that means the Western Sumi Hoho is the larger group.
This is a common
for all.
Common. I can be that Western Sumi Hoho, general Sumi community people cannot be a member of Kukami Hoho. Criteria to be a member of Kukami Hoho is that one should be a GB, one should be a Kukami. Then he will be eligible to be a member of GB's union or Kukami's union.
So this way, the Kukami Hoho
Yes,
is functioning within the village or district.
No, within the area, Western Sumi area.
Entire
There are Eastern Sumi.
western side of the state.
Yes,
Kukamis. And then what about this Sumi Hoho?
Sumi Hoho is another association. It is a. They are also in
So it
Western.
covers
Western.
Western. So to be member of the Kukami, one has to be a GB.
GB.
So this is a limited members.
Limited members. Yes, Your Lordship.
So the Sumi Hoho is it covers entire, including Kukami also.
There is no such, according to them, but we are having our constitution. I will take Your Lordship to our constitution. Now, Your Lordship.
No, the jurisdiction of this Sumi Hoho covers the same area.
Same area.
But then covers the larger members.
That the general community.
So here Kukami also comes.
Now, Your Lordship, Kukami
is my question. Kukami also is the member of the Sumi Hoho? No. So Sumi Hoho is excluding Kukami.
Kukamis are having their own association. Yes.
But then my query is whether this member of some of the Kukamis Hoho are also the member of the Sumi Hoho.
No, Your Lordship. No.
So you say that this covers entire. Sumi Hoho covers entire. If it covers entire means the Kukami also should come.
But actually what happened, Your Lordship, that Sumi customary practice, Your Lordship, it is quite different from other tribe of the Nagaland.
Yeah, this is also Sumi.
Yes, Your Lordship. Now, Your Lordship, what happened? In Sumi customary practices, that GBC is hereditary, not like other appointment, like other places also GBC are there.
Okay. Just in a brief, what is the motive or the aim of this Hoho, Sumi Hoho?
Sumi Hoho, that my learned friend will explain.
Okay, then what is the aim of the Kukami Hoho?
Kukami's aim is to look after the interest and manage the Kukami's association, to look after the interest of the Kukamis.
Kukamis only.
Yes,
Okay. But in general, if it is a general organization,
yes, Your Lordship.
WS Hoho, Sumi Hoho,
Mhm.
if it is a general organization, naturally, these Kukami are also a part of the Sumi Hoho.
Now, Your Lordship, in Sumi customary practices, Your Lordship,
Mm.
Kukamis are like king, Your Lordship, GBs.
Mm.
They are called Akakau, and they are the king of their own village, where they are dictum, whatever they are telling within the frame of rule of law, it will be a law. Now, general people.
So, supposing if they issue anything,
Mm.
whether it is also applicable to the Sumi Hoho?
Yes, Sumi, general Sumi. Sumi Hoho, I am not telling you, general Sumi.
General Sumi.
Yes. Village. Suppose I am a GB of a particular village. So, the people of my village is under me. Whatever I will decide, people, this resident of the village has to follow me. This is the procedure.
So that means, according to you, these are two independent organizations.
Yes, this is.
Not connected with.
No. They are having their separate entity, Your Lordship. Sumi, common people is also having their Hoho. Then this Kukamis, they are having their Hohos. Kukamis, GBs.
Now, if it is for the Sumi Hoho,
Yes,
if it is agreed by the entire the Sumis.
But they cannot take up. They cannot take up the matter of Kukamis. Kukamis are superior.
No, Kukamis are organization of only the Kukamis.
GBs. Yes.
GBs.
Yes.
But then Sumi Hoho is comprised of the entire.
Yes, Your Lordship.
If it comprised of the entire, this Kukami also should come.
But as per our constitution, Your Lordship, we are not under them. We are an independent, separate entity.
You are independent.
Yes.
But then, since if it is agreed by the society, the entire community, Sumi, then since it is an organization of the entire Sumi Hoho, entire Sumi community, if it is a Sumi Hoho, which covers the entire Sumi. So if it covers entire Sumi, the Kukami also comes under the entire Sumi only.
No, Your Lordship.
Because the Kukamis are not entire Sumi.
No, but here, Your Lordship, one thing is that Kukamis cannot be directed by common. This is the difference here, Your Lordship.
For the welfare of the...
Yes, for the matter pertaining to the Kukamis association or Kukamis interest.
Because Kukamis, if it is an organization of Kukamis,
yes,
then it pertains to the activities of the Kukamis only. The welfare of
yes,
the Kukamis only.
Yes,
is very limited.
Yes, Your Lordship.
It may be members.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Countable members.
Yes, Your Lordship.
But then you see Sumi Hoho covers the entire Sumi community.
But as I have placed before this honorable court is that this system, this Sumi customary law, there is a system. This GBship is not like in other places or other community.
And all the GBs
in Sumi customary practice, in Nagaland, Your Lordship, there are two tribes. One is Konyak and another is Sumi. Where is Ang? Ang means Konyak, that Raja, king. And here Sumi is called Akakau. That means GBs, Kukamis. They are the king of their village, which has been practicing since time immemorial. So,
in a village, how many these Kukamis will be there?
It depends upon that. One head GB will be there, chieftainship. One chieftain will be there, head GB. There are other GBs also. It depends upon the volume of work.
They are recognized by the government.
Actually, recognized or not recognized, it does not arise, but hereditary.
No, if Kukami means GB, then it is recognized by the government.
Yes.
If it is not GB, not recognized by the government, then it is not a GB.
No, it is not like that. In Sumi customary practices, government recognition is not required.
Okay.
They are hereditary. I am the GB, head GB. If I die, then my GBship will be taken over by my son. So this is the system, Your Lordship. Here, government recognition is not required.
Okay, so these Kukamis, Because when you say Kukamis means GB,
Yes.
so normally GBs are being recognized by the.
This is another term just for lingua franca, just to make.
Then it is not a connected, not connected.
No, not GB. It is Kukami.
Kukami.
Yes.
Then Kukami is not a GB because
No. Kukami is a GB.
GBs are recognized by the government and they are provided with the red coat, I think.
Yes, Your Lordship.
It is
Yes,
so.
yes, Your Lordship.
So then you have to clarify.
Here, Your Lordship, Kukamis in other tribes, that if the post of a GB is fallen vacant, then government will appoint them in the public servant and as per provision of this Nagaland.
In other village.
Yes.
Other tribes.
Yes.
Okay.
But so far this particularly, this Sumi, it is like that kingship. That since time immemorial, that there are system. There are system is like that. Earlier, suppose my these predecessors, they have just occupied a village, or they have established a village. They have established a village. Then this GBC will be given who will carry the mithun, or if there is no mithun, then who is carrying the pig. Like this system, it goes, Your Lordship. Then, if my father established a village or my forefathers established a village, and the elder family member will be the, by virtue of hereditary, will be the Kukami. And Kukamis are the king of the village.
Okay. So according, how many Kukamis you represent? So this organization.
This organization is, I'm coming to that, Your Lordship.
Okay.
Now, Your Lordship, that this Kukami, they have selected their office bearers for the period 2022 to 2024. Then it was objected by another Kukami, objected. Then in between,
another Kukami of
this GBA member of this union, they raised objection regarding the selection.
Within the Kukami?
Within the Kukami.
Okay.
Within the Kukamis. Then, Your Lordship, that interference came from.
When there is a dispute within the WSKH, Western Sumi Kukami Hoho.
Yes, Your Lordship.
There was a dispute within the organization.
Yes, Your Lordship.
So when there was a dispute within the organization, then Western Sumi Hoho came into.
Yes, interference.
Interfere.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Okay.
Then, Your Lordship, we the Kukamis, we filed the civil suit.
No, so dispute was kind of, what kind of a dispute?
But, their allegation is that it has not been properly selected.
Okay.
Selection. Regarding selection of the office bearers for this 2022-2024 year, they raised objection that selection was not proper or according to them. Then they raised objection regarding the selection. Then they wanted to that interference of the WSH, Western Sumi Hoho. Then we filed a civil suit before the.
How they have interfered?
They have interfered that other Kukami who invited them. Those who are objecting. Then, Your Lordship, just to usurp the power of GBC, this they have raised this objection. Then, Your Lordship, we filed a civil suit. There is no other room. We filed a civil suit before this civil judge Senior Division, Dimapur, Nagaland, wherein we filed one injunction petition, order 13 and 2 of CPC, praying for injunction restraining this other group to usurp the power till the final disposal of the main suit. Accordingly, the court below granted injunction restraining the other party not to interfere.
Other party means
Kukamis.
specifically
Yes.
state.
There's the Kukami who was objecting.
Okay, not the WSHH.
Not a party here. WSS.
No,
Okay, okay.
WSH is not a party.
Okay.
Now that one Pushito Aimi and another Bikoto Rochil and then Kogato Ami, they are the Kukamis. So there is the objection and we filed a civil suit against them. With the 3 Kukamis, we have filed one civil suit.
Civil suit claiming what?
Claiming our right over the in a lawful manner in the suit. I am coming to that, Your Lordship. Then, Your Lordship, we filed one IA petition under Order 39-2, and the Learned Court below has granted injunction, restraining them. Temporary injunction was granted. Then, Your Lordship, this defendant, opposite parties, they approached the Court of Principal District and Session Judge, filing an appeal under Order 43, Rule 1, because since it is a what it is called 104, Section 104 of C, it provides Order 39 has to be assailed by way of appeal under Order 43, Rule 1. Accordingly, they filed. And Your Lordship, Learned District and Session Judge, Principal District and Session Judge, Dimapur, Nagaland, reversed the order of the injunction order, vacated the injunction order. By virtue of which, the party who is objecting to that, they were entered into the office. Now, automatically, Your Lordship, vacating that order, it is finally disposed the main suit. They have already entered into the office. Then that logically, Your Lordship, that has been decided in the principal main suit has been decided therein. So my prayer is very limited, Your Lordship. I am here before this honorable court whether that under the provision of Article 19C, whether we can form an association, and we form, and whether the association's power can be, or right as emphasized by our constitution, can be overridden by another constitution or another union. This is our mainly prayer before this honorable court. Very small. And whether this disposal of this setting aside of this injunction order under Order 39 Rule 2, it has already disposed the main suit, because the main suit has become infructuous now, because already they have taken over the office and their tenure is only 2022-2024, only a few months left. So this is our grievances before this honorable court, that whether Western Sumi Hoho can override the constitutional right of Western Sumi Kukami Hoho. So this is to be adjudicated by this honorable court. And we are here before this honorable court. So this is the
now the other group of the Kukamis
Yes.
with the help of
Hoho.
Sumi Hoho.
Yes, Your Lordship.
So hence the interference of the
Yes.
Western Sumi Hoho.
Mhm.
And then now the person supported by Western Sumi Hoho is occupying the office.
Yes. They have already entered into the office. When the
But then the person who occupies this office are again Kukamis only.
yes, Your Lordship. Yes, Your Lordship.
How the interference can be then
Yes,
interpreted?
that interference.
Now, how the interference can be interpreted in that way? Because they are also Kukami.
They are also Kokami, but the order passed by Western Sumi Hoho, they have cited them, who has nothing to do with our association, union.
Now, whether the court, while passing injunction,
Yes,
has mentioned the interference of this Sumi Hoho.
yes, Your Lordship. I beg to take Your Lordship that first this injunction order, Your Lordship. It is elaborately, it is in page number injunction. Page 8, annexure 2. Annexure 2. Page 61, Your Lordship.
Page 61.
Yes, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, there are two sets, Your Lordship. Actually, initially, that only assailing this, enclosing this, annexing this order, we filed this.
61 of?
This.
It doesn't have a 61.
No, number 2. There are two sets, Your Lordship. Additional affidavit. Page 61.
Additional is much bigger.
Additional affidavit.
Page 61.
Page 69, Your Lordship. 61, Your Lordship. 61. Annexure 4.
Have you received the copy?
Yes, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, they are clearly, while passing the order, learned this civil judge senior division. She has gone through everything, Your Lordship. Page 61, Your Lordship. Should I read?
Yes.
An application under Order 39, Rule 2, redo with Section 151 of Civil Procedure Code 1908, praying for grant of injunction restraining the opposite parties' defendants from functioning as office bearers of WSKH and or from illegally interfering into the functions and duties of the petitioners plaintiffs, office bearers of WSKH and or pass such orders of as this honorable court may deem fit and just present such and such order. Now we are in page 62, Your Lordship. This order proposes to dispose of IA number such and such arising out such and such moved by the plaintiff petitioner through their learned counsel under Order 39, Rule 2, reduce Section 151 of the Civil Procedure Code 1908, praying for grant of injunction restraining the defendants' opposite parties from functioning as office bearers of WSKH and or from illegally interfering into the functions and duties of the petitioners plaintiffs as office bearers of WSKH and or pass such orders as this honorable court may deem fit and just. Before delving into the order for better understanding of the case at hand, this honorable court deems it fit to once again look into the facts of the cases as projected in the main plaint in civil suit number 06/22. The main suit registered civil suit number such and such has been filed by the plaintiffs petitioners against the defendants opposite parties for the following reliefs. Now, number 1, decree for declaration of the plaintiffs as the legally constituted office bearers WSKH for the tenure 2022-2024.
Here the plaintiff is?
Plaintiff is ours, that Bikuto Achumi, petitioner in the revision petition. Because we filed the petition on the revision petition is the plaintiffs.
So this injunction petition was filed by you?
Yes, Your
Your
Lordship.
group. Okay.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Yes.
Because we were in the office.
You were in the office?
Yes, Your Lordship.
So the injunction is for?
For restraining them to interfere into the.
Then
Your Lordship.
No. Because you said that you are in the office.
Yes, Your Lordship.
But then here it says that, prayer says that for function, restraining from functioning as office bearer.
Your Lordship, that interfering into from illegally interfering into the functions and duties of the petitioner plaintiff as office
No, with
bearers.
the prayer of so and so, so praying for grant of injunction restraining the opposite parties defendant from functioning as office bearer.
Bearers of WSKH.
Admitted that they are functioning.
No, that time we were there. But actually, your lordship, we are in the office.
But then you have said that.
No, praying for grant of injunction, restraining the defendants from functioning.
Yes.
From functioning.
Yes.
Because they wanted to usurp the power of the WSKH.
You are not saying entering.
No,
saying
they're
functioning.
restraining from functioning.
You are
From
not-
functioning.
Yes, functioning. They are it means that they are functioning, already functioning.
No, your
You are
lordship.
not saying entering.
But actually, your lordship, they were not in the office. While the petition was filed, we were in the office.
No, you say functioning from as office bearer.
Restraining from functioning. Because they wanted to function. So we filed this petition for restrainment.
Illegally interfering.
They wanted to function. Removing us, they wanted to function.
Okay. Okay, please.
Decree for declaration of the plaintiffs as the legally constituted office bearers of WSKH for the tenure 2022-2024. Perpetual injunction, cost of the and other reliefs. The case of the plaintiff petitioner, now here it is categorical, your lordship.
Yes.
The case of the plaintiff petitioner as projected in the main plaint, in a nutshell, is that the plaintiff petitioner number 1 and number 3 are the head Gaubura, GB, hereinafter referred to as GB of Jutobi village to Mukidima and Bihutu village to be Newland, and the plaintiff petition number 3 is the GB of Nizeto village, Newland. That the Western Sumi Kukamiho hereinafter to be referred as WSKH is the apex body of the Western Sumi Kukami GB. And the GBs of the Sumi Naga tribe within the jurisdiction of Western Sumi area are members of the WSKH by virtue of being a Gaubura. That the WSKH has its own constitution duly adopted during the General Conference of WSKH on 28/06/1997, that the plaintiffs petitioners are members of the WSKH as per Article 2 of the Constitution, that the nomination committee by the meeting dated 05/03/22 proposed the names of the plaintiffs petitioners for the post of President, Vice President and General Secretary respectively of WSKH, which had been placed before 26th General Conference of WSKH on 16/3/22. And the plaintiff petitioners had been appointed as the President, Vice President and General Secretary of WSKH for the tenure 2022-2024. As per the provisions of the Constitution and bylaws, the WSKH. Hence, the plaintiff petitioner resumed the office, your lordship here, and the plaintiff petitioner resumed the office of WSKH and started functioning. However, the defendant opposite parties started interfering into the WSKH activities without any authority and started functioning and running a parallel office of WSKH, causing confusion and hampering the image of the WSKH, further harassing the legally constituted office bearers of the WSKH. Hence, the civil suit for the aforementioned reliefs. Case of the petitioner's plaintiff. Coming back to the interlocutory application, the same has been moved by the plaintiff petitioner praying for grant of injunction, restraining the defendants opposite parties from functioning as office bearers of WSKH and or from illegally interfering into the functions and duties of the petitioner's plaintiff, the office bearers of WSKH, and or pass such orders as this honorable court may deem fit and proper. Just, it is the case of the petitioner plaintiff that the petitioner plaintiffs being GB in their respective villages are member of WSKH, and in compliance of the provisions of the Constitution of the WSKH, the petitioners plaintiffs have been appointed for the post of President, Vice President and General Secretary respectively for the tenure 2022-2024. That in compliance of Article 6, Clause C of the Constitution of WSKH, which deals with mode of selection of office bearers and executive members, a nomination search committee under the presidency of Sri Bihuto Yepto had been constituted, comprising of 5 members with Sri Itepu Jimomi Akahao GB as convener for nomination selection of the office bearers for the tenure 2022-24 of WSKH by meeting resolution dated 21/02/22. That the nomination committee, having found the petitioners plaintiffs eligible as per Article 7 of the Constitution, which deals with qualification of office bearers, had by meeting dated 5/3/22 proposed the names of the plaintiff's petitioner for appointment to the post of President, Vice President, and General Secretary, respectively for the tenure 2022-24, and the same was placed before the 26th General Conference of WSKH on 16/3/22, wherein the Kukamis GBs accepted the names of the plaintiffs petitioner and accordingly the petitioners plaintiffs have been appointed. That the opposite parties defendants started interfering with the WSKH activities without any authority, so also against the constitutionally and legally appointed office bearers of the WSKH, and also started functioning with parallel office in self-styled manner, ignoring the constitution and bylaws of WSKH, and even started posing as office bearers of WSKH illegally and arbitrarily. That the petitioners plaintiffs, in consonance with the provisions of the constitutions, have been appointed. Hence, until and unless the office bearers are ousted by way of impeachment, any other members posing and acting as office bearers without being appointed through due process within the purview of the constitution of the WSKH cannot run a parallel office under the banner of WSKH. Hence, the instant IA praying for injunction restraining the opposite parties, defendants from functioning as office bearers of WSKH and also from interfering into the functions and duties of petitioners plaintiffs as office bearers of WSKH. That the petitioner plaintiffs have made out a prima facie case in their favor. Hence, if the opposite party defendants are not restrained, irreparable injury would be caused to the petitioner plaintiffs who have been legally appointed as per the provisions of the constitutions to be office bearers of the WSKH, and inconvenience shall be faced by the petitioners plaintiffs which cannot be compensated in any manner whatsoever. More so, the balance of convenience lies in favor of the petitioner, contention of the petitioner plaintiffs. Learned Counsel at the outset draws this court's attention to Article 2, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of the Constitution of WSKH and submits that the petitioners plaintiffs being GBs are members of the said HOHO. It is contended that the appointment of the petitioner plaintiffs as President, Vice President, General Secretary of the WSKH have been made as per the provision of the Constitution of WSKH. It is contended that WSKH is the HOHO of Kukamis under Western Sumeria and is a body functioning as per its own written constitution. Hence, the institution is not binding on the constitution of other organization. It is contended that there is no objection from any corner as regards the re-election of the office bearers led by Sri Vibhuto Yopto, and the same had been done as per the provision of WSKH constitution. It is contended that WSKH is a body running within the purview of its own constitution. Therefore, steps taken by any other organization, institution beyond the constitutional provision of WSKH is not tenable. It is contended that the written approved constitution of the WSKH cannot be superseded by any clause, article of any other organization unless the WSKH constitution mandate bests such supersession power. It is submitted that the opposite parties defendants by running a parallel office is misleading the Kukamis of Western Sumis areas and the general public. It is contended that the opposite party defendant number one is not a government appointed GB. More so, the village of the opposite party defendant number one is also not a recognized village. It is submitted that the opposite parties defendants are trying to issue the activities of the office bearers of WSKH. It is submitted that the three golden principles for granting injunction lies in favor of the petitioner plaintiffs, and as such, the instant IA be allowed for the ends of justice and to prevent multiplicity of proceedings. Case of
the contended that the opposite party defendant number one is not a government appointed GB. More so, the village of the opposite party defendant number one is also not a recognized village.
Yes, Your Lordship. That
so that means you are appointed by the government.
Here, Your Lordship, so far that village is concerned, village is required to be recognized. In Nagaland, though this Sumi customary practice, they can, what it is called, establish a new village. So village, while getting recognition, as per Nagaland, this village council act, that village is to be recognized by the government. Then first we will establish the village. Then we'll make a prayer before the competent authority of the government state that such and such villages are our neighbor, and we obtain NOC from them, and there is no bar to recognize our village. Then accordingly, village is being recognized. So here this we are beside the others, we are telling that the village of the opposite party, defendant number 1, is also not a recognized village under government recognition. Now, your case of the opposite party's defendants. The case of the opposite party's defendants, on the other hand, is that prior to the filing of the present suit, Wansi Bihoto Yopto was the president of WSKH for the term 2016-2019. And the term of the office bearer expired in the month of July 2019. However, the president and his team, instead of demitting office, continued to hold the office, and on 27/1/22, under the leadership of the said president, a Sumi Cultural Center inauguration and general conference was held on 27/1/20 at Bihoku village, and in the said conference, the office bearers headed by the said president got themselves re-elected for the term 2020-23, and the then vice president Mugabe Aumi and the general secretary Kohobi Jimomi were re-elected for the third time consecutively in contravention of the constitution of WSKH.
Just a minute, huh?
Your Lordship.
In the case of the opposite party. So this Vihuto Yefo is your party?
Yes, Your Lordship.
No, no.
He is the
Previous
previous
president.
who was elected
Okay.
for the term 2016 to 2019.
And 2019. Now I am Bikuto. Bikuto. This name is often it. Now, as per constitution, Your Lordship, that screening committee, I am coming later on, Your Lordship, to that.
So, okay, so according to business, so these, the president who hold the presidency for the in the earlier tenure got
Yes.
themselves re-elected for the terms of 2023 also.
And there is no bar. Your Lordship, the said president got themselves re-elected for the term 2023, and then Vice President Mugabe Amin for the third time in contravention. It is their allegation.
Okay, okay.
That in view of the said re-election being done in an unconstitutional, non-transparent manner, and without informing all the representatives, objection had been raised. One such complaint being from Akhouto area, GB's association to the president, Western Sumi Hoho, by letter dated 17/3/20. From here it started.
So here they have started
Yes.
that, okay, because that is against the person, so third person.
Yes.
Hmm.
Hence, the Western Sumi Hoho, which is the apex body of Sumi tribe, it is their contention, Your Lordship.
Mhm.
Of the Western Sumi region, intervention was sought and WSH came into picture. Now we are telling that as per our constitution, there is no room to be interfered by WSK.
So Western Sumi Ho could not have been
Yes.
Asked to interfere.
Yes, Your Lordship.
So the complaint could not have been
Yes, registered.
according to you.
Yes.
Okay. But then according to them,
Yes.
the Western Sumi Ho is the apex body.
No, apex body is
What they say?
WSKH is also apex body. Western Sumi Kukami Ho is also apex body of Kukamis.
No, yes, that is apex body of Kukami. But then this is the apex body of Sumi.
Sumis.
Yes, okay. Sumi tribe.
They are having their own constitution, Your Lordship. They are having their own constitution, and we are having our own constitution as per Article 19C of the Constitution of India. Now, that the WSKH is an affiliated member of the WSH. They are telling that we are affiliated member, which is reflected in Article 5 of the Constitution of WSH. Here we are disputing, Your Lordship. Without our consent, they cannot, what it is called, make us their affiliated member.
So they are affiliated member of the WSH.
Western Somigoho. And we are telling we are the Kukamis. We are
So
not.
it has been reflected in Article 5 of the Constitution of WSH also.
It is their constitution. We are challenging to that, Your Lordship, that they are overriding the power of our constitution.
Okay.
Now, WSH is an affiliated member of WSH, which is reflected in Article 5 of the Constitution of WSH. That Article 13 of the Constitution of the WSH also provides for resolving of any matter dispute in selection of office bearers of WSH. Office bearers of WSH and subordinate frontal organization by the Western Sumi Advisory Board, hereinafter to refer to as WSAB. This is another body. That Article 14 of the Constitution of WSH also provides for intervention of the WSAB to resolve dispute within the WSH or with other hosts and associations. It is their contention, Your Lordship. But we are telling that no, that you cannot interfere in our constitution, because our constitution is a approved constitution by Kukamis, and Kukami is not general. Akakau, they are above of the general Sumis. Now, Your Lordship, that WSAB convened a meeting in connection to the complaint received with all the Western Sumi frontal organization on 19/3/20 and passed two resolutions. The first being that the WSKH office bearers who were selected on 27/1/20 was found to be.
Where are we? Okay, the WS convened a meeting.
Yes, Your Lordship.
So this WSAB is again
Another body.
Another is it's bigger than WHS.
Sumi Advisory Board. They are advisory, Western Sumi Advisory Board.
So this is again the
Another body.
another, and then the higher body.
No, Lordship. It's not. The Western Sumi Ho, my lord. The advisory board, it is within the Western Sumi Ho.
Okay, this WSAB is
Yes.
The advisory board of
board of
this is the
WSH. Okay.
Yes, Your Lordship.
So
The
this,
advisory board.
okay, this advisory board convened a meeting
Yes.
in connection with the complaint. Okay, because this complaint received by the WHS was forwarded to this advisory.
And this and they are still with the constitution of WSH. Western Sumi Ho, not Kukami's constitution.
The first being that okay, there was
That
selected found in okay, yes.
and passed two
On
resolutions
the contravention of the constitution and procedure
procedure prescribed.
Okay.
Hence, it was decided not to accept the selection and to select a new team of following due procedure. The second resolution being, as per the advice given by the Western Sumi Area Village Council's chairman, it was decided that before 31/3/20, the village council's chairman select their respective representative and submit the name to the Western Sumi Advisory Board. It was also decided that the village council's chairman of the area and the Western Sumi Advisory Board shall have a meeting and select the search nominating committee members for selection of new WSKH. That it is the matter of WSKH, but all the steps are being taken by them, not taking into consideration of our constitution. They are completely separate organization, Your Lordship. Accordingly,
but then they have started acting as they receive a complaint
yes,
from
Your
the
Lordship,
members
yes.
of the
Kukamis. Because, Your Lordship, when there are question of jurisdiction comes, if I am not having any jurisdiction to adjudicate the matter, then I am not entitled to take up any cases.
No, according to this group.
Yes, your
group of this Kukami.
Yes.
That
it is their
WHS is the apex body, and that is why they lost, because they could not solve the problem, and that is why they.
But it was the duty, but it is the beyond jurisdiction of this WSKH, because they do not have any power as per our constitution. We are not frontal organization.
But since there was no solution within your.
But Your Lordship, it should be within the mandate of our constitution, Your Lordship. Court is there, other available relief was there. So unconstitutionally and not having jurisdiction, one cannot interfere, Your Lordship.
So then what say, according to you, is what organization or what authority is the right authority
If they are aggrieved with the court, they could have approached the court, civil court.
So, but
Constitutional matter, Your Lordship.
they are not the customary court. This
No, they are not the, they could have approached
although
the.
they are the member of Kukamis,
Uh,
but then they cannot be recognized as the
Yes.
customary court. Yes,
Yes.
and then so
Because-
it cannot be approached before the customary court. Or
They could have approached, as you have approached, they could have approached with fair and they could have approached the honorable this civil court. Because this registered general case, Your Lordship, that this honorable court has categorically stated that where there is this regular court, that civil CPC is applicable. Now, it is within the Dimapur area. So registered general case, it gives right them to come and approach the civil court.
okay, accordingly by
Now, Your Lordship, advisory board shall have a meeting and select the search nominating committee members for selection of new WSK. This is
where are we?
we are in the page number 66,
Yes.
last 3 lines.
Mhm.
Last 3 lines.
Yes.
Nominating committee members for selection of new WSKH office bearers. Accordingly, by notice dated 23/20, the WSAB that informed all the chairmen of the village council and the village chiefs to select their representative to WSKH and send their names to the WSAB on or before 33/20. That on 23/6/20, the WSAB in its meeting selected a nominating committee comprising of 7 members who are also GBs and members of the WSKH. That the nominating committee was directed to select the president, vice president, and general secretary before 10/7/20, which had been communicated to all concerned by notice dated such and such. That the nominating committee passed a resolution selecting Sri Pushito Ai, Sri Vikoto Rochil, and Sri Kevito. This the present, Your Lordship, this
Present respondent.
present respondent number 1, Vikoto Rochil, Pushito is respondent number 1, Vikoto is respondent number 2, and Kevito is president, vice president, general secretary, respectively. WSKH in a meeting held on 36/20 at Saramati Hotel, Dimapur. So this is their contention, Your Lordship.
So, okay.
That Sri Bihuto Yopto was also considered for the post of president. However, he got only 2 votes.
Who is this Bihuto?
Bihuto is another that who was the president this 19 up to 19.
Bihuto Yupto. So he is.
He is another that Bihuto Yepto was also considered for the post of president. Who was the president up to 19? 2019 he was
So,
president.
at the time of considering this, whether WS, they have also considered the name of the petitioners also.
No, that earlier petition.
No.
That earlier
present
president.
petition in the present.
No. No.
They did not contest. They did not contest.
No, because we are not agreeing to their constitution and interference. Because we are already in the office by the time, Your Lordship.
Okay.
It was in 22. I crave your indulgence to excuse me. It was 20. That after that we assumed the office.
So in the meeting also, none of you, your member, were present.
No.
Okay, but then they have selected from the others. Okay.
Now, Your Lordship, that Bihuto Yepto was also considered for the post of president. However, he got only 2 votes, whereas the defendants opposite party number 1 got 4 votes out of 6. That out of the 7 members of the nomination committee, 1 member did not attend the meeting on 36/20. That pursuant to the selection of the opposite parties as office bearers of the WSKH, a general conference was convened on 10/7/20 at Shokubi village with the objective to announce and approve the name of the newly selected office bearers And in the said conference, the opposite parties defendants have been declared and accepted as office bearers of WSKH. It is their nomination. Without any objection from any quarter for the tenure 2020-2023. However, Sri Kevitu Chishi, who was selected for the post of General Secretary, declined to accept the office due to certain personal difficulties, and as such, Sri Kugato Aumi was selected on the same day at the General Conference as the General Secretary of the WSKH. Hence, the newly appointed office bearers of the WSKH started functioning from 10/7/20, and subsequently, the constituent members of the WSKH nominated the remaining members of the office bearers. That despite the opposite party's defendants being elected following due democratic process, the previous president, Bhyuto Yopto, refuses to relinquish the office and continue to function as the president of WSKH. So it seems that I was in the
There
office.
is three party, that means.
No, two
The
parties.
earlier Vihuto Yepto
Bhyuto
was continuing.
Yes, Your Lordship. Yes, Your Lordship.
So you says that according to you, you were also continuing.
Despite the opposite parties, Bhyuto Yopto refuses to relinquish. Yes.
He hasn't yet relinquished.
Yes, Your
So
Lordship.
he was also functioning, and
Yes.
according to you were also
No, after
functioning.
him, I entered.
After him.
Yes, Your Lordship.
No, but then, so this is, in order to oust this, the probably this was conducted, and they have selected this new team, isn't it?
They selected us.
Yeah. Hence, the WSKH had to intervene, and by resolution dated 10/9/20, Sri Bhyuto Yopto had been directed to hand over the office and the belonging within 14 days to the newly elected president. WS. Who had selected, they directed.
They directed.
Respondent had opposite.
Okay.
They directed.
Directed Vihuto Yepto
Yes, Your
to
Lordship.
hand over the office to belong to
Within 14 days.
within 14 days.
Yes.
To the newly elected president.
President.
Okay, opposite party. No.
And his team. However, the same had not been complied with. Hence, a reconciliation prayer program was convened by WSH on 28/11/20. And there it was decided that the office bearers led by Sri Bhyuto Yopto shall not hold office of the WSKH. Up to Jubilee celebration.
Okay.
Jubilee celebration scheduled to be held on 28/12/21. And thereafter, the opposite party defendant shall assume office after 14 days of the Jubilee celebration, which had been agreed by both the parties, and they appended their signature to the said resolution. Now, it is their contention, Your Lordship. It is their
Okay.
contention.
So
Now, that as per the resolution is agreed upon, the opposite parties defendants had on 12/1/22 started functioning as office bearers of WSKH, and for which Thanksgiving program was also organized on 27/22. They started having parallel office with effect from 12/1/22.
no, so they replaced the earlier.
Yes. Yes.
This team, they
Yes.
replaced the earlier team who were occupying
Actually, Your Lordship,
beyond their tenure.
actually, Your Lordship, in the meantime, there was a selection of us. '22. It was on 22. I'm coming to that, Your Lordship. It is their contention. I'm coming to that.
Okay.
However, since Bhyuto Yopto, even after expiry of his tenure, continued to function as president, a meeting was convened by the WSH at Chekia village on 14/2/22, which was attended by, amongst others, 9 presidents out of the 10 presidents of the Western Sumi area. And in the said meeting, it was resolved that the tenure of Sri Bhyuto Yopto is over, and therefore he must relinquish his office. Hence, it was decided that before 28/2/22, the former president shall hand over office to WSK to the newly elected president, opposite party defendant number 1. That the WSH passed another resolution dated 2/3/22, affirming the.
No. That instead of handing, you have jumped one small paragraph, I think. No.
That instead of handing over the office to the opposite party defendant number 1, a meeting of the executive committee was convened by the previous presidents, Biyoto Ipto, on 21/2/22, and nomination committee had been selected, and the selection committee illegally selected the petitioner plaintiffs. Here, Your Lordship, we are selected as per our
Okay,
constitution.
that, so their contention is that instead of handing over to these who were selected,
Yes. Who were selected by WSH
was convened.
under interference of WSH. WSH means under interference of.
So this Vihuto Yepto played according to them mischievous. So he, Yepto on so and so, February 22, and nomination committee had been
selected.
and the selection committee illegally selected the
Present petitioners.
present petitioner. Okay, so
Yes. Mischievous there.
Now, yes, Your Lordship, and this was done within the purview of our constitution. That general conference illegally planned by the former president.
Another resolution.
WSH passed another resolution dated 2/3/22 affirming the resolution passed at Akubhuto and also apprised all the stakeholders not to oppose the said decision as it could bring discord in the WSH. That
Another resolution. This is after that.
Yes, 2/3/22. That when the president Bihuto
Passed at Akubut, where is
Akubuto
on this?
Yes,
They're talking about which one?
that the WSH passed another resolution
Affirming
the
passed
resolution passed in Akubuto.
which one is Akubuto's resolution?
Continue till the Jubilee.
Jubilee.
Okay, till Jubilee, okay. And also apprised that.
Stakeholder not to oppose the said decision as it could bring discord in the WSH.
So this is
This is the decision of WSH, where we are objecting right from the beginning.
okay. Although the Vihuto Yepto has already and the team has already selected another team.
Another
So
team.
this another resolution
Yes,
passed by this WHS.
yes.
Okay. Yes.
That general conference illegally planned by the former president to be held on 16/3/22 at the public ground Newland on the written request letter made by the opposite party, defendant number 1 and his joint secretary to the office of the deputy commissioner Newland not to allow the holding of the said conference. The office of the deputy commissioner by letter dated 11/3/22 refused to grant permission for holding the said general conference in order to maintain peace and tranquility. Now,
So now the general conference.
they are telling that it was not permitted.
So that Vihutu Yepto and
Yes,
your team.
Yes.
It was not permitted by the deputy commissioner.
deputy commissioner.
Okay.
This is another matter that. However, the former president, in complete defiance, without having the authority, convened the purported general conference on 16/3/22 at a different venue, Havishe village. And there the name of the petitioner plaintiffs have been declared as the office bearers of the WSH. Now 16/3/22, we have been declared as office bearers, Your Lordship, by Western Sumiku Kamiho. That
So this declaration is by
by that this conference,
Vihutu Yepto.
general conference. It is a declaration was made in a general conference. General conference was supposed to be held in Newland on 11/3/22, but there was no permission. So it was done in Havishe village on 16/3/22. And on 16/3/22, we are declared that the claim of the plaintiffs petitioners to the post of president, vice president, and general secretary of the WSH is without any basis and illegal. They are alleging that our appointment is without any basis and illegal. It is their allegation that the sustain a claim of temporary injunction, the applicant must firstly disclose a prima facie case in their favor. However, no prima facie case has been made out by the petitioners plaintiffs inasmuch as the search nominating committee through which the petitioner plaintiffs claimed to have been appointed was appointed by the previous executive committee led by former President Sri Bhikoto Yepto on 21/2/22, whose tenure had expired by then. Hence, the same is done in an unconstitutional manner, and the application for temporary injunction deserves to be dismissed on this score alone. That the former president is also a party to the resolution and agreement dated 28/11/20 and had duly consented to the appointment of opposite party defendant number 1 by appending his signature in the said resolution and agreement dated 28/11/20. That the balance of convenience in favor of the opposite party's defendants. Furthermore, irreparable harm and damage would be caused to the opposite party's defendants if the applicants who have not been legally appointed are allowed to function as the office bearers of the WSKH instead of the opposite party's defendants. The contention of the defendants' opposite party. Learned counsel at the outset draws this court attention to the facts of the case as to the genesis of how the opposite party's defendants had been appointed, and further draws this court's attention to the constitution of the Western Sumihoho. Thereafter, hereinafter to be referred as WSH, in particular Article 513A and 14A, which this court has gone through, it should be, and contends that WSKH is affiliated to the WSH and as such is bound by the provision of the constitution of the WSH. Here is the difference between us and they are telling that we are affiliated to them. It is contended that by virtue of Article 13 of the Constitution of WSH, the Western Sumi Advisory Board had been empowered to resolve matter pertaining to any dispute conflict in selection of office bearers of WSH and subordinate frontal organization. Hence, appointment of opposite parties defendant is legal. Now, Your Lordship, we are not agreeing to their that we are not subordinate. We are above the general public. We are Kukamis, we are GPs, we are king. So we are above, Akakau is above the general public. Then how general public will guide us? It cannot be. Because we are having superior power than them. A king cannot be in a other way, Your Lordship. We are being, as per them, that we should be, we are under the WSH. But we are not agreeing to their conception that we are within the purview of them, because our constitution, we have nowhere stated that we are the frontal organization of this WSH. It is contended that despite the election of the opposite party's defendants for term 2020-23, following due democratic process, the previous president, Sri Bhikoto Yepto, did not relinquish the office and continued to function as the president of WSKH. It is contended that Sri Bhikoto Yepto, having no authority, had convened a meeting on 21/2/22 as he was no longer the president by then, as per the resolution dated 28/11/20, to which he is also a contesting party, that the said meeting convened at the initiative of Sri Bhikoto Yepto was illegal, and decision arising out of the said meeting, including the selection of the nominating committee, is absolutely illegal and unconstitutional, and the selection of the petitioners plaintiffs is done by a committee which have no competency and the mandate to nominate. Here they are telling that we do not have any competency and mandate. It is their view. And we are telling that no, Western Sumiho cannot guide us. It is submitted that the three golden principles for granting injunction lies in favor of the opposite party defendants, and hence praise the instant IA be dismissed, being devoid of merit. In support of his argument, learned counsel relied upon the decision of Kasimat Sangstan and another versus Srimad Sajan Saj 2010 1SCC 689, which is, this court has gone through. Reasons and decision there on, Your Lordship. Now, revisiting the provisions of law order 13 Rule 1 and Section 151 of Code of Civil Procedure 1908 and are reproduced. So I am not repeating, Your Lordship is well versed about that. That what cases of temporary injunction. Now she has come in Dolpat Kumar and another versus Prahlad Singh and others. such and such, 1991. Honorable Supreme Court of India held that injunction is a judicial process by which a party is required to do or not to refrain from doing any particular act. It is in the nature of preventive relief to a litigant to prevent future possible injury. In other words, the court, in exercise of the power of granting ad interim injunction, is to preserve the subject matter of the suit in the status quo for the time being. It is settled law that the grant of injunction is a discretionary relief. The exercise thereof is subject to the court satisfying that there is a serious disputed question to be tried in the suit, and that that an act on the facts there before the court, there is probability of his being entitled to the relief asked for the plaintiff defendant. Number two, the court's interference is necessary to protect the party from species of injury. In other words, irreparable injury or damage would cause before the legal right would be established at trial. And three, that the comparative hardship or mischief or inconvenience which is likely to occur from withholding the injunction will be greater than that would be likely to arise from granting it. Therefore, the burden is on the plaintiff by evidence illumined by affidavit or otherwise that there is a prima facie case in his favor which needs adjudication at the trial. The existence of the prima facie right and infraction of the enjoyment of his property or the right is a condition for the grant of temporary injunction. Prima facie case is not to be confused with prima facie title, which has to be established on evidence at the trial. Only prima facie case is a substantial question raised, bona fide, which needs investigation and a decision on merit. Satisfaction that there is a prima facie case by itself is not sufficient to grant injunction. The court further has to satisfy that non-interference by the court would result in irreparable injury to the party seeking relief, and that there is no other remedy available to the party except one to grant injunction, and he needs protection from the consequences of apprehended injury or dispossession. Irreparable injury, however, does not mean that there must be no physical possibility of repairing the injury, but means only that the injury must be material one, namely one that cannot be adequately compensated by way of damages. The third condition also is that the balance of convenience must be in favor of granting injunction. The court, while granting or refusing to grant injunction, should exercise sound judicial discretion to find the amount of substantial mischief or injury which is likely to be caused to the parties. If the injunction is refused, and compare it with that is likely to be caused to the other side if the injunction is granted. If on weighing competing possibilities or probabilities of likelihood of injury, and if the court considers that pending the suit, the subject matter should be maintained in status quo, an injunction would be issued. Thus, the court has to exercise its sound judicial discretion in granting or refusing the relief of ad interim injunction pending the suit, keeping in mind the three golden principles elucidated above. Let us now explain whether the plaintiff petitions will succeed in showing that the three principles lies in their favor. Learned counsel for the defendant opposite parties have submitted written objection to the learned IAL. Learned counsel for the plaintiff petition have also submitted affidavit in reply to the written objection. Point for determination: whether or not prima facie case has been made out by the petitioners plaintiffs in their favor, whether or not balance of convenience favors the case of the petitioner plaintiffs, whether or not petitioner plaintiffs are going to suffer irreparable injury. Point for determination number one. I am not repeating, Your Lordship. Prima facie case. Before delving into the first point for determination, it is imperative that meaning of prima facie as observed by the apex court be understood. The Honorable Supreme Court in Marine Bond Limited versus RN Banerjee 1958 ILLJ 247 held that a prima facie case does not mean a case proved to the hilt, but a case which can be said to be established if the evidence which is laid in support of the same were believed. while determining whether prima facie case had been made out, the relevant consideration is whether on the evidence led it was possible to arrive at the conclusion in question and as to whether that was the only conclusion which could be arrived at on that evidence. In Gujarat Electricity Board, such and such, prima facie case means that the court should be satisfied that there is a serious question to be tried at the hearing and there is a probability of plaintiff obtaining the relief at the conclusion of the trial on the basis of the material placed before the court. Prima facie case is a substantial question raised bona fide which needs investigation and a decision on merits. The court at the initial stage cannot insist upon a foolproof case warranting an eventful decree. If a fair question is raised for determination, it should be taken that a prima facie case is established. The real thing to be seen is that plaintiff's claim is not frivolous and vexatious. Bearing in mind the above rulings, this court proposes to determine the golden principle rule number 1. I have heard the rival submission advanced by the parties, gone through the material evidence brought on record by the petitioners plaintiffs to substantiate their pleadings. The instant interlocutory application has been moved by the petitioner plaintiffs paying for grant of injunction, restraining the opposite parties' defendants from functioning as office bearers of WSKH and or from illegally interfering into the functions and duties of the petitioner plaintiffs as office bearers of WSKH and or pass such order or orders as this honorable court may deem fit and just. Going by the submission and arguments advanced by the parties, it appears that both the petitioner plaintiffs and the opposite party defendants are being appointed as president, vice president, general secretary of WSK. Hence, the parallel running of the office of the WSK and the instant application for the aforementioned reliefs. Upon hearing the parties, it appears that the case of the petitioner plaintiff is that they have been appointed as office bearers of WSK as per the provision of the Constitution of WSKH, which is the apex body of the Western Sumi Kukami, Gaubura herein referred to as the GB, and all the GBs of Suminaga tribe within the jurisdiction of the Western Sumi area are members of the WSKH by virtue of being a Akakau, means GB. It is the case of the petitioner plaintiffs that being a separate entity having its own constitution, they are governed by the provision of the said constitution. Hence, the appointment of the petitioner plaintiffs as office bearers of the WSKH as per the provisions of the constitution of the WSKH, and as such, they are the legally appointed office bearers of the WSKH. It is the case of the petitioner plaintiffs that they are not bound by the decision of any other organization, and the approved constitution of the WSKH cannot be superseded by any clause, article of any other organization. That the appointment of the opposite parties defendants is in contrary to the provision of the constitution of the WSKH. Hence, their appointment as office bearers of the WSKH is illegal, and as such, the opposite party defendants deserves to be injuncted from functioning as the office bearers of the WSKH and further restrained from interfering in the affairs of the WSKH. It is the case of the petitioner plaintiffs that Sri Bihoto Yokto was holding the office bearers of the WSKH as president on extension of his tenure and had not handed over the charge. The search committee was constituted constitutionally. In support of their pleadings, the petitioner plaintiffs relied upon the constitution of WSKH under Articles 6, 7, 8, and 9. Before going into the articles relied upon, it is expedient to know the genesis, how the constitution of WSKH had come about and for whom the constitution had been framed and enacted. Upon perusal of the constitution of the WSKH, it is revealed that the first drafted constitution of WSKH was reviewed and adopted during the General Conference held on 28/6/1997 at Lomiti village, which has been used so far and later reviewed by the Second Revision Committee and enacted as Constitution and bylaws of WSKH. To be followed by the Western Sumi Kukami, it is revealed that as for membership, all Kukamis within Western Sumi areas shall be members. Upon going through the Constitution of WSKH, it can be inferred that the Constitution had been enacted keeping in mind the collective interest of the Kukamis. The petitioners plaintiffs to establish their case have relied upon 6, 7, 8, and 9 article of the WSKH Constitution. For better understanding, the relevant clause of the said articles are reproduced. Article 6, C, and D, mode of selection of office bearers and executive members. The executive committee shall select. Then I need not to go for again this constitution. Here he has elaborately. Article 6, C and D, mode of selection of office bearers and executive members. The executive committee shall select the ex-president of WSKH along with 5-7 Betan Kukami and shall constitute them as nominating committee. It says that, Your Lordship, that ex-president will be the member and he will choose another 5-7 who will select the office bearers, nominating committee. The nominating committee shall select WSKH office bearers which shall be approved by the House. Article 7A, qualification of the office bearers. He shall be a Kukami. Article 8A, President and Vice President. He shall be selected for 3 years. However, if necessitated, he shall be selected for second tenure only. If desirable, he can be reselected after a period of interval.
Now, in your case, say for example, the executive committee has selected the ex-president.
The executive shall select.
In the instant case?
Yes, Your Lordship.
There
The
is
ex-president. They have selected the ex-president as member for a nomination committee.
There is also document showing that he was selected.
Yes, Your Lordship, there will be. It will be in the. Now, Your Lordship, actually, Your Lordship, it is only this in a limited matter we are before this Honorable Court.
Okay. Yes.
Article 7A, qualification of the office bearers, he shall be a Kukami. Now, Your Lordship, Article 8A, President and Vice President, he shall be selected for 3 years. However, if necessitated, he shall be selected for second term only. If desirable, he can be reselected after a period of interval. Article 9A, General Secretary and Joint Secretary, he shall be selected for 3 years, and if desirable, he can be selected for second term. Going by the pleadings projected in the plaint, it appears that the present petitioners plaintiffs are all Kukamis within Western Sumi area and members of the WSKH, and the same is not disputed. It is seen that the nomination committee for selection of the present petitioner plaintiffs had been recommended under the presidency of the predecessor of the president petitioner plaintiff number 1. Your Lordship, your query is here, Your Lordship. On expiry of his tenure, going by the provision of the Constitution or Article 6C, it is seen that the nominating committee shall comprise of the ex-president of WSKH and 5 or 7 Betan Kukami, and the selection of the same based with the executive committee. Accordingly, headed by the ex-president along with 5 Kukamis, by such and such, such and such, such and such, nomination committee had been constituted in 21 to 22. There are other convener and other these Kukamis. And appointment orders to this effect had also been issued to the committee members on 28 to 22. The petitioner plaintiffs' names have been proposed by the nomination committee to be office bearers of WSKH. Accordingly, on 16/3/22, during the 26th General Conference of the WSKH, the petitioner plaintiffs have been appointed as office bearers of WSKH. Going by the pleadings projected in the plaint, the affidavit in reply filed by the petitioner's plaintiffs, and the material documents enclosed along with the plaint, it is seen that the tenure of the predecessor of the petitioner's plaintiff number 1, that is Bihoto, Your Lordship, was for a period from 2016-19. It is also seen that on 27/1/20, during the General Conference of the WSKH, it was unanimously resolved and approved to re-elect the predecessors of the petitioner's plaintiffs. To this effect, going by the provisions of the Constitution on Article 8A, it is seen that the term of the president is not restricted to 3 years, and if necessary, he can be reselected for second tenure after a period of interval, which goes on to show that re-election of the predecessors of the petitioner's plaintiff is not in contravention of the provision of the Constitution. On the contrary, the case of the opposite party defendants is complete denial of the claims made by the petitioner plaintiffs. It is contended that since the appointment of the petitioner plaintiffs is on the strength of selection committee made by an illegal nominating committee constituted on the recommendation of a person without authority whose tenure had expired, the petitioners plaintiffs do not have the right to function as the office bearers of the WSK as they have not been legally appointed to the office. It is the case of the opposite party's defendant that WSH is the apex body of the Sumi tribe of the Western Sumi region, and the WSKH is also an affiliated member of the WSH, which is mentioned in Article 5 of the Constitution of the WSH. As such, WSKH is bound by the provisions of the constitutions of the WSH, that in view of several letters and complaints being received from several members of WSK seeking the intervention of WSH as regards the re-election of the predecessors of the petitioners plaintiffs, Bihoto Yepto and team on 27/1/20 during Sumi Cultural Center inauguration and general conference, the WSH on the strength of Article 13 and Article 14 of the Constitution of the WSH has intervened. Now, Your Lordship, here we are aggrieved here, Your Lordship, that by virtue of their article of the Constitution, that article number 13 and 14, Western Sumio is superseding our Constitution. It is seen that WSH took cognizance of the complaints and the WSH Advisory Board took up the matter, convened several meetings, declared the re-election of the predecessors of the petitioner plaintiffs not in terms of the Constitution and the procedure prescribed, hence resolved not to accept the same and went ahead with the selection of the nominating committee and passed the resolution selecting the defendant opposite parties as the office bearers of WSK on 36/20, which subsequently got approved at the General Conference of WSK on 10/7/20 for the term 2020-23. Going by the averments made in the written objection filed by the opposite party defendants, it appears that appointment of the present opposite party defendants as office bearers of the WSK on the recommendation of the WSH was on the strength of the complaint received from source requesting the intervention of the WSH as regards the re-election of the predecessors of the present petitioners plaintiffs and not against the present petitioner plaintiffs. Under these circumstances, the defense taken by the opposite parties defendants under the shelter of Article 5, 13, and 14 of the Constitution of WSH to defend their stand against the present plaintiff petitioner to not restrain them from functioning as office bearers of the WSK appears to be not justified. It is a matter of fact that had it not been for the complaint moved against the predecessors of the petitioner's plaintiff, the WSO, it was written, WSO would not have, WSH it would be, Your Lordship. WSO, there is no such organization. WSH would not have interfered into the affair of the WSK as they are not empowered to select and appoint office bearers of WSH. And the same is not within their realm. Steps taken by the WSH culminating into the appointment of the present opposite parties defendants was in pursuant of the complaint received requesting the intervention of the WSH only and nothing beyond that. The question is whether the opposite party defendants should still continue to hold their post when newly constituted body as per the provision of the Constitution of WSK has come into existence and whether their appointment still holds goods as against the newly appointed office bearers appointed as per the WSK provision. There are serious disputed questions which needs to be adjudicated and a decision on merits. Petitioners plaintiffs have made out a prima facie a fit case to go for trial. Hence, point for determination number 1 is decided in positive in favor of the petitioner plaintiff. That, Your Lordship, the court below has taken into the matter within the purview of Order 39 Rule 2 of the CPC, since it was an injunction matter. And the court has categorically stated here, Your Lordship, that such sort of injunction is an interlocutory matter, Your Lordship, and to look after this golden principle only, that whether there is a prima facie case or not, whether the balance of convenience is in favor of the plaintiff or not, or whether there is any irreparable loss. This is the golden principle as envisaged by this order 39 rule 1, 2 of the CPC. Besides it, there are section 151 is also there, which also helps. Now your point for determination of 2. Now, number 1, she has decided in favor of the plaintiffs. Whether or not balance of convenience favors the case of plaintiff petitioner. Before delving into the second point of determination, observation made by different honorable high courts on balance of convenience is reproduced for better understanding. In the case of Odisha State versus such and such, balance of convenience means the comparative mischief or inconvenience to the parties. The inconvenience to the plaintiff, if temporary injunction is refused, would be balanced and compared with that to the defendant if it is granted. If the scale of inconvenience leans to the side of the plaintiff, then interlocutory injunction alone should be granted. In Vikas Chandra Dev versus Vijay Minerals,
Yes.
Your Lordship, in Vikas Chandra Dev versus Vijaya Minerals Private Limited 2005 on CHN 582, the Honorable Calcutta High Court observed that issue of balance of convenience, it is to be noted that the court shall lean in favor of introduction of the concept of balance of convenience, but does not mean and imply that the balance would be on one side and not in favor of the other. There must be proper balance between the parties, and the balance cannot be one-sided affair. Bearing this observation made by the honorable courts in mind, this court proposed to decide the second golden principle upon perusal of the pleadings as projected in the plaint and the materials enclosed along with the plaint. It appears that WSKH is an organization where all Kukamis within the Western Sumi areas are members, which reflect upon its exclusivity as an organization having its own constitution adopted during General Conference held on 28/6/1997 at Lomiti Village, reviewed by the Second Division Committee and enacted as constitution and bylaws of the WSKH to be followed by the Western Sumi Kukami. From the pleadings projected in the plaint, materials enclosed with the plaint and the contentions put forth by the parties, it appears that matters pertaining to mode of selection and appointment of office bearers of WSKH is governed by the WSKH constitution. It is not the case of the opposite party defendants that the office bearers of the WSKH are not to be appointed as per the constitution of WSKH. Rather, it is an admitted fact by both the parties that office bearers of WSKH are to be appointed as per the WSKH constitution. Taking into consideration the observation made above, the fact that point for determination number 1 is decided in favor of the plaintiffs. If we have to compare the inconvenience to be faced by the parties, if temporary injunction prayed for is granted or not granted, the scale of inconvenience leans to the side of the petitioner plaintiffs if injunction is as prayed for is not granted. Hence, point of for determination of 2 is decided positive in favor of the plaintiff petitioner. Point for determination of number 3, whether or not the plaintiff petitioner is going to suffer irreparable injury. Before delving into the points for determination number 3, the meaning of the irreparable injury in the context of granting temporary injunction as observing by the Honorable High Court of Odisha is extracted for better understanding. Such and such. Irreparable injury means such injury which cannot be adequately remedied by damages. The remedied by damages would be inadequate if the compensation ultimately payable to the plaintiff in case of success in the suit would not place him in the position in which he was before injunction was refused. Bearing in mind the above ruling, this court proposes to decide the third golden principle, considering the fact that the petitioner plaintiffs have been able to establish prima facie case and balance of convenience in their favor. This honorable court is of the considered view that if the injunction prayed for is not granted, it would prejudice the petitioner plaintiffs and cause irreparable damages which cannot be compensated by your monetary compensation. Hence, point for determination number 3 decided in positive in favor of the plaintiff petitioner. In the result, interlocutory application number such and such is allowed as the petitioner plaintiffs have been able to establish the three golden principles for granting temporary injunction in their favor. So this is the findings of the, and it is not a cryptic order, it is not a elaborately the Honorable Court has taken into consideration that whether this golden principle was that it was followed or not, and that since it was Your Lordship, it was a temporary injunction, and this injunction is for a limited period till finalization of the main suit. The other point, which is required to be proved by evidence, that cannot be, merit cannot be touched here, Your Lordship. Then prima facie, there is a case, it has been established. Then we are also in the power, it is also been proved as per constitution of WSKH. WSKH constitution cannot be overridden by constitution of WSH, because nowhere we have stated that we are a body or we have accepted to their term. So now ousting us, it will cause irreparable loss and injury to us. Now, this is the finding of the court will. Now, Your Lordship, challenging the said order, this present defendant, respondent opposite parties, they filed a appeal under order 43 Rule 1, reduced section 104 of CPC public. Now, Your Lordship, this order reflected, Your Lordship, in page 37 of petition. Number 1, page 37, Your Lordship. So, judgment is from page 38. Number 2, the instant appeal is preferred. Just a minute, Your Lordship. 37, 38 of? 38 of number 1, that revision petition. We are in affidavit, additional affidavit all along. Now we are in, okay, the main revision petition, Your Lordship. Because earlier we filed only this, assailing this, annexing this order only. Then later on, if it on motion stage, it appears that if we submit all this thing, then there. And my learned friend was telling that he will not file. 37 is the order pass in appeal. Yes, Your Lordship. Then page 38, it starts from 38. Judgment. Now, Your Lordship, yes. From 2, para number 2, Your Lordship. Yes. This instant appeal is preferred by the appellants Pushito IME and 2 others praying for stay of the order dated 4/11/22 passed by the learned civil judge, senior division IA, in IA number such and such, arising from civil suit number such and such. This is before Principal and District Concession Judge Dimapur. Yes. The respondents herein, as plaintiff, filed civil suit number 6 of 22, praying for a decree to declare them as the legally constituted office bearers of Western Sumi Kokami Hoho, herein referred as WSKH, for the tenure 2022-2024. The respondents also filed IAC number 181/2022, seeking temporary injunction to restrain the present appellants from functioning as the office bearers of WSKH. A detailed objection was filed by the appellants, and after hearing the counsel of the parties, the learned civil judge senior division passed the impugn order dated 4/11/2022, granting temporary injunction in favor of the respondents and thereby restraining the appellants from functioning as the office bearers of WSKH and from interfering with the functioning of the respondents as office bearers of WSKH, hence the instant appeal by the appellants. To better understand the issue at hand, the facts behind the instant appeal may be briefly looked into. The appellants and the respondents are members of WSKH, which is the apex body of the whole Kokamis, and heredity, village chiefs, and or Gaugoras, GBs for short, under Western Sumi area, having its own constitution, which was adopted during its general conference on 28/6/1997. The term of the office bearers is 3 years. The present dispute relates to the selection of President, Vice President, and General Secretary of WSKH for the term commencing from 2022. Sri Bihuto Yapto was the President for the term 2016-2019, whose term tenure expired in the month of July 2019. However, instead of demitting the office, Sri Bihuto Yapto continued to hold office without taking any step for selecting, constituting of new office bearers. Sri Bihuto Yapto and his team held a Sumi Cultural Center inauguration cum general conference on 27/1/2020 at Bihuko village, wherein the office bearers headed by Sri Bihuto Yapto got themselves re-elected for the term 2020-2023. It may be noted that the then Vice President Sri Mugabe Aomi and the then General Secretary Sri Kuhobi Jimomi were re-elected for the third consecutive time, which is totally against the constitution of WSKH. It may be further noted that the information for holding the aforesaid program was not intimated to all the representatives of the WSKH. The re-election of the office bearers being done without informing all the representative members of the WSKH and in non-transparent and unconstitutional manner, there are numerous objections against the re-elections of the team headed by Sri Bihuto Yapto, and complaints seeking intervention were made by several members of WSKH to the Western Sumi Hoho, hereinafter referred to as WSH. The WSH is the apex body of Sumi tribe of the Western Sumi region, to which the WSKH is affiliated to. Article 13A of the Constitution of the WSH provides that in case of dispute and a conflict in the selection of the office bearers of WSH and subordinate frontal organization, the Western Sumi Advisory Board, hereinafter referred to Advisory Board, shall resolve the matter, taking cognizance of the various complaints against the re-election of the office bearers of WSKH led by Sri Bihuto Yapto. The President of WSH, by letter dated 17/3/2020, wrote to the convener of the Advisory Board to look into the matter and resolve the issue. A meeting of the Western Sumi Frontal Organization was convened by the Advisory Board on 19/3/2020 at Lomati village, which was also attended by the village council chairman of all villages in Western Sumi areas. After deliberation, it was held that the Western Sumi Kukami Ho office bearers who were selected on 27/1/2020 was not in terms of the constitution and the procedure prescribed, and decided not to accept the selection and to select a new team by following the procedure. The Advisory Board on 26/3/2020 selected a nominating committee comprising 7 members. Thereafter, the nominating committee, in a meeting held on 36/2020 at Saramati Hotel, Dimapur, passed a resolution selecting Sri Pushito Ai, Sri Vikuto Rochil, and Sri Kavito Chichi as the President, Vice President, and General Secretary, respectively, of the WSKH. It may be mentioned that the name of Sri Bihuto Yapto was also considered for the post for President, but it was outvoted by 4 votes to 2 votes. A general conference of WSKH was convened on 10/7/2020 at Sukobi village and approved the newly selected office bearers of WSKH led by Sri Pushito Ai. However, Sri Kavito Chishi, who was selected for the post of General Secretary, declined to accept the office due to certain personal difficulties, and as such, Sri Kugato Aomi, the appellant number 3, was selected. Accordingly, the General Conference approved the newly selected office bearers led by Sri Pushito Ai as the President, Sri Vikuto Rochil as the Vice President, Sri Kugato Aomi as the General Secretary of the WSKH for the term 2020-2023. The newly approved office bearers of WSKH started functioning from 10/7/2020. Despite the selection of the appellants as the newly elected office bearers for the term 2020-2023, the previous President, Sri Bihuto Yapto, did not relinquish the office and continued to function as the President of WSKH. The WSH had to intervene, and by resolution dated 10/9/2020, it directed Sri Biyuto Yapto to hand over the office bearers within 14 days to appellant number 1 and his team. A reconciliation prayer program was convened by the WSH on 28/11/2020 between the two groups, as the previous office bearers led by Sri Biyuto Yapto still refused to relinquish office. In the said meeting, it was resolved and decided that the group led by Biyuto Yapto shall hold office of WSKH up to Silver Jubilee celebration to be held on 28/12/2021. And after 14 days of the Silver Jubilee, the group led by the appellant number 1 shall assume office of WSKH. The previous president, Sri Biyuto Yapto, accepted the said agreement and also signed the said resolution. Accordingly, as per resolution dated 28/11/2020, the appellants took over the charge and started functioning as the office bearers of WSKH, led by appellant number 1 as the president, on 12/1/2022. And a Thanksgiving program was organized by the appellant number 1 on 27/1/2022 at Kusito village with no objection from any organization or individual. In spite of the inquiry, in spite of the expiry of his tenure, the previous president, Sri Biyuto Yapto, continued to represent himself as the president of WSKH. As such, the WSH convened a meeting on 14/2/2022 at Chekia village, wherein 9 presidents out of 10 presidents of Western Sumi area attended and resolved that the tenure of the previous president, Sri Biyuto Yapto, is over and he must relinquish and hand over the office to appellant number 1 before 28/2/2022. Instead of handing over the office, the previous president on 21/2/2022 illegally called a meeting of the executive committee of WSKH much after ceasing to be the president of WSKH and appointed a nominating committee of 5 members. Thereafter, on 5/3/2022, the illegally constituted 5 members such nominating committee selected the respondents to the post of President, Vice President, and General Secretary of WSKH for the tenure 2022-2024. A meeting was called by the previous President, Sri Biyuto Yapto, at Hobshe village, terming it as the 26th General Conference of WSKH, wherein the names of the respondents are approved as the office bearers of WSKH. The Learned Civil Judge Senior Division framed the following 3 points for determination: whether or not prima facie case has been made out by the petitioner plaintiffs in their favor, whether or not balance of convenience favors the case of the petitioner plaintiffs, and whether or not petitioner plaintiffs are going to suffer irreparable injury. Considering the above facts and circumstances, the Learned Civil Judge Senior Division found all the 3 points for determination in favor of the respondents and passed the impugned order dated 4/11/2022, holding that the nominating committee, which was constituted on 21/2/22 by the previous president, Sri Biyuto Yapto, was validly constituted, and the subsequent selection of the respondents as the office bearers of WSKH was in terms of the constitution of WSKH. Further, it was held that the WSH is not empowered to select and appoint the office bearers of the WSKH. Supporting the impugned order dated 4/11/2022, passed by the Learned Civil Judge Senior Division, it is submitted by the Learned Counsel for the respondent such and such that the WSKH is a body functioning as per its own constitution, and that the institution is not binding on the constitution of other organization, and the steps taken by the other organization institution beyond the constitutional provision of WSKH cannot be superseded. WSKH is not tenable. The written approved constitution of WSKH cannot be superseded by any clause or article of any other organization. It is further submitted that there is no objection from any corner as regards the selection election of the respondent as the office bearers of WSKH, led by Sri Bikuto Achumi as the president, as the same was done as per the provision of the WSKH constitution. Bikuto Achumi is the present petitioner here, revision petition. It is also submitted that appellants, by running a parallel office, is misleading the Kukamis of Western Sumi areas and the general public, and are trying to usurp the activities of the office bearers of WSKH. Par contra, it is submitted by the Learned Counsel for the appellant such and such that though the tenure of the previous presidency, Bihoto Yepto, had expired in the month of July 2019, he and his group was allowed to continue as office bearers of WSKH up to 11/1/2022. By the agreement made on 28/11/2020, the previous president did not keep his end of the bargain and instead appointed the nominating committee, which selected the present respondents as office bearers. It is further submitted that on 22/2/2022, the group headed by Sri Bihoto Yepto did not have the mandate to convene a meeting to select the nominating committee. Thus, the committee which was selected on 22/02/2022 by the previous president, Sri Bihoto Yepto, and his group were illegally constituted, and as such, the selection of the respondents as office bearers by WSKH by the nominating committee is also illegal. Further, on 16/02/2022, Sri Bihoto Yepto was no longer the president of WSKH, and he could not have convened the general conference which approved the names of the respondents herein as office bearers of WSKH. The Learned Council goes on to submit that the WSKH, being an affiliated body of WSH, it comes within the purview of Article 13A of the Constitution of WSH, and the selection of the applicants as the office bearers of WSKH by the advisory board of WSH is legal and valid. He also submits that the advisory board had selected the office bearers of WSKH in a broad and transparent manner without prejudice to any of the contesting parties. As such, the Learned Council submits that the application filed by the respondents for grant temporary injunction should have been dismissed, considering the fact that the applicants were legally appointed, whereas the respondents were illegally appointed without any mandate of the law, and hence praise for stay of the impugned order, and to let the applicants continue and function as the office bearers of WSKH. I have considered the above rival submission advanced by the Learned Council for the parties. Upon considering the rival submission advanced, there is no dispute that the applicants were selected by the advisory board of WSH on the basis of Article 13A of the Constitution of WSH. It was submitted by the Learned Council for the respondents that the WSKH is a body functioning under its own constitution, and the institution is not binding on the constitution of other organizations. The submission put forth by the respondents have force, but the facts and circumstances are unique and different in the instant case. On expiry of the tenure of the previous president of WSKH, Sri Bihoto Yepto, he did not demit office, and without following the process prescribed by the Constitution, tried to get re-elected on 27/1/2020. As such, complaints were made to Western Sumiho, to which the WSKH is affiliated to resolve the issue. One such complaint was made to the WSH by Akauto Tukuzo Kukami Association, Akauto Area GB Association. By being affiliated to WSH, the WSKH comes within the purview of Article 13A of the Constitution of WS, which is reproduced below. Article 13 of office bearer selection. In the event of any dispute, conflict in selection of office bearers of WSH, your lordship should, yes, lordship, in the event of any dispute, conflict in selection of office bearers of WSH and subordinate frontal organization, the Western Sumi Advisory Board shall resolve the matter. Your lordship, we are not subordinate to WSH. We are the highest body of Kukamis. Kukamis are the above the general body, Akakau. The above provisions is very clear that there is no ambiguity. It clearly states that Western Sumi Advisory Board shall resolve the matter in the event of dispute in selection of office bearers of WSH and its subordinate frontal organization. The advisory body is duty bound to resolve the issue as there is no exception or anything contrary to the above provision in the Constitution of the WSH. Had there been no dispute or conflict or any complaints in the selection of office bearers of WSKH, the WSH have no jurisdiction to interfere, but there is a complaint as the instant case, Article 13 of the Constitution. Now, your lordship, now here, your lordship, I beg to place your lordship that WSH has nothing to do with the WSKH. If any complaint is lodged by anyone, they should have, on their jurisdiction, they should have written back the complaint, but they have interfered therein, superseding the constitutional provision of our constitution. WC makes its duty bound for the WSH through its advisory board to resolve the matter, as the WSH is one of its subordinate frontal organization and affiliated to WSH. Though no procedures have been prescribed or laid down in the constitution of WSH as to how the advisory board should resolve the conflict in the selection of the office bearers of the subordinate frontal organization, the advisory board followed and adopted the following procedure. Again, this advisory board also, Your Lordship, they have framed their own procedure. The advisory board first convened a meeting on 13/3/2020 at Lomiti village, attended by the village council chairman of the villages in western Sume areas. Upon deliberation, it was resolved that the office bearers of WSK selected on 27/1/2020 was not in terms of the constitution and the procedure prescribed, and decided not to accept the selection and further held to select a new team. Thereafter, by notice dated 23/2020, the advisory board informed all the village council chairmen under Western Sume area and the village chiefs to select their representatives to the WSK and send their names to the advisory board on or before 33/2020. Thereafter, the advisory board had a meeting on 23/6/2020 and selected a nominating committee comprising of 7 Kukamis who are members of WSK and was directed to select the president, vice president, and general secretary. The nominating committee, after consulting and discussing the matter with all concerned parties, passed the resolution selecting Sri Pushito Ai, Sri Bikuto Rochil, and Sri Kevito Chishi as the president, vice president, and general secretary of WSK in a meeting held on 36/2020 at Saramati Hotel, Dimapur, and the same was communicated to the advisory board. It may be noted that the name of the previous president, Sri Bihuto Yopto, was also considered for the post of president, but was outvoted by 4-2 votes. Thus, from the aforesaid, I am of the opinion that the advisory board had selected the office bearers of WSK in a transparent manner without any prejudice to any of the parties. As such, the advisory board of WSH electing the appellants of office bearers of WSK is perfectly legal and legitimate, which was done as per the provision of the constitution of the WSH, which the WSK affiliated to. Now, Your Lordship, here the main suit has been decided here, Your Lordship, by the appellate court. Thereafter, in the general conference of WSK held on 10/7/2020. Yes, Your Lordship.
Previous president Vihuto Yupto was also considered. So he filed nomination? No.
No, there is no such case.
Just
He
his
filed
name was
nomination.
brought. Okay.
The newly selected office bearers of WSK were approved. It may be noted that Sri Kevito Chishi, who was selected for the post of general secretary by nominating committee, declined to accept the office due to personal reasons, and Sri Kugato Aomi, the appellant number 3, was selected. Thus, the name of Sri Pushito Ai, Sri Bikuto Rochil, and Sri Kugato Aomi were approved as the president, vice president, and general secretary of WSK. It may be noted herein that from the moment the WSH intervened in the matter till the approval of the appellants as the office bearers of WSK by the general conference held on 10/7/2020, there was no objection from any quarter, including the respondents or the previous office bearers. Despite the above, the previous presidency, Bihoto Yupto, refused to relinquish office, and a reconciliation meeting was convened by the WSH on 28/11/2020 between the two groups. In the said meeting, it was resolved and decided that the group led by previous president shall not hold office of the WSK up to the Silver Jubilee celebration to be held on 28/12/2021, and after 14 days of the Jubilee, the group led by appellant number 1 shall assume office of WSK. The parties accepted the said agreement, including the previous president, and signed the said resolution. On expiry of 14 days period after the Jubilee, the appellants took charge of the office bearers of WSK on 12/1/2022, and a Thanksgiving program was held on 27/1/2022. Notwithstanding the acceptance of the above resolution by the previous president, by signing on the said resolution, he convened a meeting on 21/2/22, and a nominating committee consisting of 5 members was formed. The committee on 15/3/2022 selected the respondents herein as office bearers of WSKH. A general conference was convened on 16/3/2022, wherein the names of the respondents were approved as office bearers of WSKH. From the aforesaid, as rightly pointed out by the learned counsel for the appellants, it was while the appellants were functioning as the office bearers of WSKH, the previous presidency, Bihoto Yopto, convened a meeting on 21/2/2022. This act of convening a meeting by the previous president is illegal and without any mandate of the law, as the same was done after ceasing to be the president of WSKH. As such, all subsequent events nominating a committee of 5 members who on 5/3/2022 selected the respondent as the office bearers of WSKH, and the convening of general conference on 16/3/22, wherein the names of the respondents were approved as office bearers of WSKH, are all illegal without the mandate of law and honest in the eyes of law. Though it was submitted by the learned counsel for the respondents that there was no objection from any corner as regards the election of the respondents as the office bearers of WSKH, and the same was done as per the provision of the WSKH constitution. But the process of selection and election was started when the previous president no longer ceased to be the president, and while the appellants were functioning as the office bearers of WSKH. Further, the previous president, Sri Bihoto Yopto, after acceding to the process of nomination, selection of the office bearers of WSKH as per the provisions of the constitution of WSH, wherein the present appellants were selected and were accordingly approved in the general conference held on 10/27/2020, and without any objection from any corner, and also by accepting the resolution of the reconciliation meeting dated 28/11/2020, wherein he agreed to hold the office till after 14 days from the date of Silver Jubilee celebration to be held on 28/12/2021, and signed on the said resolution. He cannot now be allowed to deny these facts and allowed to illegally convene a meeting on 21/2/2022, much after ceasing to be the president and without any mandate of law, and thereby appointing a nomination committee to select the office bearers of WSKH. The previous president, Sri Bihoto Yopto, was a contesting party to all the above events and on being unsuccessful to hold on to the post of president of WSKH, and after ceasing to be president, he did not have the power to convene a meeting and appoint the nomination committee. No materials have been placed on record to show that previous president Sri Bihoto has been allowed to continue as president of WSKH despite the completion of his tenure. There is no dispute that the tenure of Sri Bihoto Yopto as president of WSKH had expired sometime in July 2019. There is also no provision in the constitution of WSKH that allows the president to indefinitely continue despite the completion of his tenure. Thus, what can be discerned from the above is that the previous president, Sri Bihoto Yopto, has continued to be the president of WSKH in a self-styled manner without any authority and without any mandate of law. As such, in view of what had been discussed herein above, I am of the considered opinion that the points for determination ought to have been passed in favor of the appellants. The appellants were elected as the office bearers of WSKH in a fair and transparent manner by the advisory board of the WSH, whereas the respondents were selected on the basis of illegal act by the previous president, Sri Bihoto Yopto, who called for a meeting without any mandate of law and authority and formed a nominating committee wherein the respondents were selected as the office bearers of WSKH. Thereafter, the previous president called a general conference without any authority where the respondents were approved. As such, the respondents being selected and elected in an illegal manner, question arises as to whether they have the locus standi to file a suit. It may be noted that all the above acts were done when the appellants were functioning as the office bearers of WSKH and when the previous president had already ceased to be the president of WSKH. At this juncture, it is pertinent to state that The learned counsel for the appellants had relied on the following decision of the Honorable Supreme Court in Kasi such and such, reported 2001 SCC. It was held that in para 16, it is well settled that in order to obtain an order of injunction, the party who seeks for grant of such injunction has to prove that he has made out a prima facie case to go for trial. The balance of convenience is also in his favor, and he will suffer irreparable loss and injury if injunction is not granted. But it is equally well settled that when a party fails to prove prima facie case to go for trial, question for considering the balance of convenience or irreparable loss and injury to the party concerned would not be material at all. That is to say, if the party fails to prove prima facie case to go for trial, it is not open to the court to grant injunction in his favor, even if he has made out a case of balance of convenience being in favor and would suffer irreparable loss and injury if no injunction is granted. Be that as it may, considering that the previous presidency, Bioto Yotto had been a contesting party to all the decision and the orders of the WSH without any murmur or protest, and had reneged on each and every occasions, and further considering that the respondents were elected without any mandate and authority of law, I am of the opinion that balance of convenience ought to have been passed in favor of the appellants. That being so, the appellants would certainly suffer irreparable loss and injury if not allowed to continue as the office bearers of WSH, to which they were legally and legitimately appointed. Accordingly, in view of the aforesaid, the instant appeal stands allowed, and the impugned order dated 4/11/2022, passed by the learned civil judge, senior division in IN number such and such, arising out in civil suit number such and such, is hereby stayed. The corollary is that the appellants, namely Sri Pushito Ami, Sri Vikato Rochil, and Sri Kogato Ami, are to hold the office of the President, Vice President, and General Secretary of the Western Sumiko Kamiho during the pendency of the suit. Any observation made on merits of the case is only for the purpose of adjudicating the instant appeal, and the learned civil judge senior division should not be influenced by it while deciding the suit. Now, Your Lordship, that now
now the respondent is holding the office.
Respondent is holding the office because they opened one what it is called the parallel office, and they are functioning.
So
now
we are functioning now.
No, now we are not functioning. No.
Lordship, we have been functioning. We have been functioning only because of the trial court's order, injunction. We were ousted once. And then we are back again because of the appellate court's order. Yet, Your Lordship, there are the interferences. Still, they are going around as if they are the office bearers.
So you are also now that means you are also functioning.
Parallel.
Two authorities functioning.
No, according legally, we should be the one who should be functioning because the court's order is in our favor.
But according to you, you are functioning.
I'm functioning.
And according to you, you are also functioning.
No, they're not supposed to be functioning, even going by the court's order.
But
they're not obeying the court's order also.
No. Yes. There is a parallel, Your Lordship. There is a parallel office. There is a parallel office.
So, functioning, what generally this organization used to do?
Welfare activities of the Kokami.
Any benefits or anything from the
nothing.
Nothing.
Only name.
Only name.
Civil organization, nothing. No monetary benefit, nothing.
And then the government also doesn't recognize.
No.
Okay.
It's a civil dispute.
Civil dispute. That is why we approach there, Your Lordship. Now, Your Lordship, what happened? Our contention is that we are not affiliated member. Number one, we are not affiliated to Western Sumi Hoho. Western Sumi Kokami is a separate entity, is a independent body, separate entity.
Now the civil suit is still pending.
Pending.
Before
civil judge senior division, but there is no step is being taken long back now. Civil case. Civil suit is pending still now.
It's pending, Lordship.
It is pending.
Just pending.
Yes.
Stay.
Still, yes, we have to frame on the next date, we are supposed to be framing the issues.
Actually, Your Lordship, I was for long, I was went for treatment, so I latest position of the suit, known to juniors. Actually, what I mean, Your
Still
Lordship,
pending, Lordship.
actually, what I mean, Your Lordship, now I think only a few months left.
No, it's still up to 22, 25, not
No, 25 January,
25 February.
January.
Because our term as 22, we took over on 22. We
Uh,
took over
January
January
22.
22.
January
22, 23, 3 years, 20.
25 January.
25, now May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December.
And actually, we were selected in 2020. But the previous president did not.
He didn't get it.
Yeah, therefore, because of this arrangement, so we agreed, okay, you continue till the Silver Jubilee, then we'll take over. And then Lordship he enjoyed the fruit of the agreement, and then he appointed them. And then the Lordship, the impression has been given that they were functioning and we were functioning, and they tried to come in, they did not succeed, so they did file the suit. And because of the suit trial court order, we were ousted. We were functioning.
After
Actually, we are also functioning.
The documents are still to show.
We are also functioning.
No, we were functioning first.
We are also
Then they came in. Illegally came in. A person who was.
Is there any office like?
Yes, Lordship, there's an office
There is
in the
office.
Western Sumi office, Western Sumi Hoho's building, my lord. There's an office of this organization, and we are holding the office.
So you are in the office.
Yes, we were in the office since 22. We were in the office before them. We are
But
still
we
in the
are
office.
also in the office.
So they want us out from the office. So they went to the court, saying restraining us from functioning us. Because why should they go to the court, Lordship? If they're functioning, why should they go to the court? We are functioning, we did not go to the court. They were not, they want to function. So they went to the court to stop us from functioning.
No, Your Lordship, it is not like that.
Why should they go?
We went to the court, Your Lordship, challenging our constitutional right.
Shall we continue after 2 months? After the break?
After break.
Yes, Lordship.
Okay.
It's better to finish only.
Lordship, I'll not take much time. I'll just go through the documents. Yes, my senior
I have
colleague has
covered
read the judgments, so should be able to wrap it up already.
Because
You also update yourself about the present.
yes, Your Lordship. Now I,
The presently what happened, I've been appearing in that trial. I've been appearing in the trial. On the last 2 occasions, my lord, they were supposed to file the sensitive issues. We have already filed. So on the last occasion, they've also filed, and now the next date is sometime in 17th, I think, 17th of May, for framing of issues in the suit.
The trial is continuing.
Trial is
That
continuing.
means, okay. Okay.
because life is very short here. The committee's life is very short, only 7 months. So trial also, civil court. Anyway, much.
At 2 or?
Yes, Lordship, after the break, Lordship.
Yes,
My lord, I have almost completed.
this is for revision, no?
Revision, your lordship. Revision that initially we filed under order 39 rule 2 of CPC, injunction petition. It was in IA. Then they have come selling the order. They have filed an appeal under order 43 rule 1 of CPC, reduced section 104 CPC. Then the injunction order was stayed reversed by the principal district session judge, Dimapur. Then we are here before this honorable court by way of revision petition. Now, your lordship, we are having only one point is that Western Sumi Kukami Ho is a independent identity, independent entity, and they are functioning as per their constitution. And WSH, Western Sumi Ho, is another entity, and Kukamis are the GBC union, and we have nothing to do with WSH. So far, their procedural or these official activities. However, your lordship, that the constitution of Western Sumi Ho cannot override our constitution. And since this present revisionist petitioners are appointed as president, secretary, and vice president, in terms of their Article 6C of the Constitution, so there is no illegality, and we are functioning. However, that subsequently they have also started functioning, and there are two union on the same body. But our prayer is that limited to that, WSH cannot interfere in our affairs. That's all, your lordship. And life of the committee is also very less, only 7 months more. So matter may be that if
Is it not the case that Western Sumi Ho is nothing to do with Western Sumi Kukami's
internal affairs?
This is nothing to do with that Kukami's.
Yes.
But then since Kukami, it appears, falls under the Western Sumi Ho. No.
No.
According to you.
Yeah, according to me. Because we are having our constitution, and we are not affiliated to them. But Western constitution of Western Sumi Ho, they are telling that we are their affiliated.
No, because if you agree with the proposal that this is the apex body of the Sumi,
Kukamis are having their apex body. This Kukami Ho.
The Kukami is among the Kukamis.
Yes.
Because Kukami is something designated and limited members. How many total members? How many members would be there? Say.
I cannot say actually, your lordship, how many members. But your lordship, Kukamis, the GBs. Kukamis are hereditary as per Sumi customary, and we command the people. And it is not that people will command us. Western Sumi Ho is a union or association for all the Sumis, not Kukamis. And Kukamis are having their, and Kukamis are not a frontal organization of Western Sumi Ho. They are not we are not what it is called, your lordship. We are not recognize them as our apex body. We are not affiliated to them.
What is the apex body of Sumi?
That Sumi Ho is.
Is there any other apex body of Sumi?
Western Sumi, no, your lordship. These GBs, Kukamis kings, they are having their own, and common people, they are having their own. There is another that Omen Ho is also there, no? Sumi Ho, Sumi Omen Ho is also there.
So that is apex body of
Omen. Sumi Ho, no. The Omen is also having their own body also. But recognized or unrecognized or having their constitution, I do not have knowledge. But so far, my contention is that we are Kukamis, we are having our union, and our union shall be guided by our constitution, and we are not supposed to be.
What is the what was the name of the the earlier
Bihuto.
president of
Bihuto.
Bihutu.
Bihuto.
So he is also a member of Kukami,
Kukami.
one group, and along with this, the earlier president also, the king agreed with the proposal of the Sumiso, isn't it?
That till Silver Jubilee,
Yes,
he will be,
till Silver Jubilee, he will be there.
With the
and
fairness,
thereafter
yes,
he will be
yes.
there. But then thereafter, of course, he turned back,
Yes.
turn around, and then so it's only the question of that I think the conduct which led to these problems.
But that problem, Your Lordship, whether this problem can be sorted out by a union who does not have any right over Kukamis.
And probably they are not had they imposed.
This is interference
because they did not impose, and someone came from the Kukamis. Among the members of the Kukami also only came to them.
Now, Your Lordship,
because someone among the king also, if they want, there was a new solution between among the king, and then they wanted that somebody should solve the problems, even if they goes, and then that somebody solved the problem. So it's not that he has authority to solve, but then if the person comes, they cannot also refuse to solve the problems. Is it not the case that they came?
But we have not approached, Your Lordship. That somebody vested,
few of you only.
that those who are having vested interest, they have gone and they have obtained their result in their favor. That is why, having been aggrieved, we went to civil court. So my submission is that, Your Lordship, that
so just let me see for confirmation. What is your ground taken?
yes, grounds is in number 1. That
let us just see. Where do we find? In the
page 7. That small one. I mean, page 7, Your Lordship.
Okay.
Page number 7 counts. From number 2, Roman 2. Roman 1 is it is a common. Further, the principal district and session judge Dimapur Nagaland has failed to take into consideration of the distinct fact that the Western Sumi Hoho and the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho are the different entities and having their own separate constitution. The constitutional safeguard of the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho cannot be overridden or superseded by the Western Sumi Hoho. Further, the principal district and session judge Dimapur Nagaland has failed to take into consideration that the Pushito village has not been registered by the government, where to the GBship of Pushito IME has also not been approved by the government. Hence, say Pushito IME cannot be the bona fide member of the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho, and therefore the findings and also the impugn order dated such and such passed by
how this Pushito came into?
Pushito is the president. Is the president. Now we are telling that
village.
The village is not a recognized village.
That's not a criteria.
That his village is not a recognized village.
So this is because this Kukamis is not only for one village.
No,
probably. Okay.
But that basic criteria to be membership, that village head should be the village of a recognized village by government.
Where do we find that provision in the
that
the Kukamis who are being
that is a question
trying for this post should be from the recognized village. Is there any provision? No. Specifically, then I think this point doesn't have any relevance. Okay.
Then further, the principal district and session judge Dimapur Nagaland has failed to take into consideration that Learned Court of Civil Justice Senior Division Dimapur Nagaland passed the injunction order after hearing the parties and also judiciously considering the golden principle of such and such a disease.
Okay.
Then that number 5, district and session judge Dimapur Nagaland failed to adjudicate the matter, marshalling the reasoning and findings of the Learned Civil Justice Senior Division Dimapur Nagaland that the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho adopted his constitution keeping in mind the collective interest of the Kukamis, where in Article 6, 7, 8, 9 of the Constitution provides mode of selection of office bearers, qualification, etc. For that, the Principal District and Session Judge Dimapur, Nagaland has wrongly conceived the factum and constitutional provisions of Western Sumi Kukami and passed the impugned order dated 16/5/2023 without application of mine. As such, the highly arbitrary and illegal is liable to be set aside in cost. For that, the Principal District and Session Judge Dimapur, Nagaland has acted arbitrarily while not considering the factum that the Western Sumi Kukami is not bound by the decision of any other organization, and the approved constitution of the Western Sumi Kukami cannot be superseded by any clause. Mainly, we are pressing upon that, Your Lordship. For that, the Principal District and Session Judge Dimapur, Nagaland has failed to take into consideration that the appointment of the respondents are in contrary to the provision of the Constitution of WSKH, and since their appointment as office bearers of WSKH is illegal, whereto the learned civil judge Senior Division Dimapur, Nagaland has rightfully injuncted the said parties by order dated such and such. For that, the action of the Principal District and Session Judge Dimapur, Nagaland is highly arbitrary in being, inasmuch as learned Principal District and Session Judge Dimapur, Nagaland has failed to take into consideration that the petitioners were elected as office bearers of the WSKH as per the Constitution of the WSKH. While the respondents are placed as office bearers by the members of WSH, which is not tenable in law. Or that the learned Principal District and Session Judge Dimapur, Nagaland has failed to apply judicious mind while disposing civil appeal number such and such, and the said appeal has been disposed in a whimsical manner without applying rationality and judicious mind. Therefore, the impugned order such and such. For that, the impugned order dated 16/5/2023 passed by the Principal District and Session Judge Dimapur, Nagaland is bad in law and passed on mere conjuncture. This is also a common one. For that, the Principal District and Session Judge Dimapur, Nagaland utterly failed to appreciate the fact and to marshal the findings and reasoning of the learned civil judge as regards to the golden principle of injunction as provided under Order 1302, 1 and 2 of the CPC, thereby passed the impugned order dated such and such, which cannot stand the test of law. These are the common other.
Yes.
Mainly, Your Lordship, I mean that usurping that my constitutional right has been overpowered by other organization, that Western Sumi. This is my only contention. And okay, so
one more thing.
yes, my lord.
So earlier the earlier president,
My lord, Bioto.
they were already given, but then only it was to be handed over only.
Yes, yes.
But selection was done. Selection.
But I have not.
Selection was already done earlier.
Your Lordship.
Only the handing over and taking over was to be done after the silver jubilee.
And Your Lordship, that he has not demitted the office until unless handing over the charge, Your Lordship, and new team of office bearers.
Because election done, say for example, election done, but then handing over remains. Now, election it already declared, but then handing over or swearing is yet to be done. It was in that situation only.
No, that yes, Your Lordship. But while that other institution interfered therein.
No, in between. In between, when the date was already fixed for handing over after Silver Jubilee, so in between these things happen.
Should I clarify?
Yes. Anything else?
No, Your Lordship.
Okay, please.
May I please, Your Lordship?
Yes.
Lordship may be aware, my lord, the Sumi or the earlier known as Semas, my lord. The area falling under Dimapur district, New Land, Chumukidima, these are the western Sumi areas. Now, my lord, the western Sumi Hoho. So all the Semas living in these areas, they have a body, they have an organization, the Apex organization, which is known as the Western Sumi Hoho. And the Sema in entire Nagaland, my lord, the Sema in entire Nagaland also have an organization, which is the apex topmost body of the Semas, Sumis, that is known as Sumiho. Lordship, now here the
Sumiho.
Sumiho.
See.
And we are, and in as rightly submitted, my lord, the chieftain, the chief of the village is called the Kukami. The GBs, the chiefs, I mean, the GBs are called as Kukamis, and Lordship, the GBs or the Kukamis of the Western Sumi area have formed this organization, which is known as the Western Sumi Kukami Popo. And the dispute is relating to the post of president, vice president, and general secretary of the Western Sumi Popo. Both the parties here, Malab, the plaintiff as well as the defendant, Malab, the plaintiff is the petitioner here, the defendant, that is me, Malab. Both are claiming that we have been validly selected. So that is the dispute. Now, Lordship.
No, what about post of president, secretary?
President, vice president, and general secretary.
Okay, so what about the other post?
There's no dispute there. There's no dispute means that, Lordship, in the sense, because they were appointed and then the others will be appointed.
Okay, so these three people will.
They will
Okay.
select.
Now, what happened to, in your case, whether after these three being appointed, whether they appointed other?
Yes, yes, Lordship. That was appointed.
There is an executive body
Yes,
appointed
yes,
by them also,
yes,
functioning now.
Yes.
And in your case?
Yes, my lord, we have done that a long
They
time.
have done.
We have done that.
Say, how many total they used to appoint?
2020 itself, my lord.
2020. You have also that strength.
Yes.
No, I appointed them in the year 2020. So initially when I was.
No, total how many executive body?
Exactly, Lordship, I don't know the numbers of
So that you have not given here.
No, that is not under dispute, my lord.
No. So for the purpose of your argument, I replacing your case.
Yeah.
Probably that thereafter we have taken over the charge and then appointed all these.
That
must be stated,
my lord.
Okay.
Numbers are not mentioned, but that statement is there.
Okay. Because I wanted to know whether you have or any one of you have sufficient numbers to appoint, because only if these three persons are claiming and not having sufficient number to appoint other.
In my case, I've stated, my lord. I
Yes.
don't know what about the petitioner, whether they have stated or not.
Yes,
but
yes.
I've stated.
Okay.
Now, Lordship, sorry. Lordship, the case of the petitioner, the plaintiff is that our appointment is not in accordance with the Western Sumi Kukami Ho's constitution.
Yes.
That is the case. And the Western Sumi Hoho should not have any role in appointing the office bearers. And that we have been appointed with the interference of the Western Sumi Ho. That is the case of the petitioner's man. Lordship, may kindly see the Western Kukami Hoho's constitution, the constitution on which they are relying upon. It is a constitution which they have annexed to the plain, my lord, and translated copy, my lord. The original is in Sumida language.
Okay.
The translation is also done by the plaintiff, my lord. Lordship, may kindly see the constitution. Lordship, at page 170.
178, yeah?
Yes.
170.
170. 170 of the affidavit, my lord, because more bulkier volume. 170. That is in Sema, the original, my lord. And translated copy is at 178.
Yeah, 178.
78.
178. Lordship, may I just take your lordship through some relevant provision of this constitution? Lordship has found it.
Yes.
Lordship, an argument has been placed that Western Sumi Hoho has no role to play in this organization. Now, Lordship, this is the constitution of the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho. Lordship, may kindly see preface. Preface. Lordship has found it. Page 178.
Yes.
Preface, my lord. The first drafted constitution of the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho was reviewed by the following mentioned leaders of Western Sumi Hoho. Western Sumi Hoho. This constitution is also approved by the Western Sumi Hoho and the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho on 5/6/1997 at Dimapur Circuit House and was adopted during the General Conference held on 28/6/1997 at Lumti Village, and this constitution has been in use so far. So, my lord, the Western Sumi Hoho itself was involved in drafting this constitution. Then, Lordship, when it comes to page 179.
179.
Yeah. Lordship, I'm just trying to show that this Kukami Hoho is also a part of the Western Sumi Hoho.
Yes.
Then, Lordship, 179.
Yes.
Lordship, may kindly see one, name and affiliation. name and affiliation.
Hmm.
The first article is sub.
Hmm.
The name shall be called Western Sumi Kukami Hoho, which shall consist of all hereditary kingship. Hereditary kingship, not government appointed.
Yes.
Hereditary kingship in Western area. In short, it shall be called WSKH. B, my lord, which B is important. WSKH shall have cordial relationship with Western Sumi Hoho. Again. Sumi Hoho, Sumi Kukami Hoho, NVCF, Naga Hoho, and other like organization. So first organization that they're supposed to be affiliated, because this is an article dealing with affiliation, my lord, name and affiliation. Western Sumi Hoho is mentioned. Then Lordship may kindly come to membership. Number 2. All Kukamis within Western Sumi area shall.
In number
2, my lord, membership.
Okay, membership. Okay.
All Kukamis within the Western Sumi area shall be member of the Hoho. So all Kukamis, my lord. Lordship, I'm just trying to show this to counter the argument that government recognized village. They need not be Kukamis of the government recognized village. The village need not be, as long as they are Kukamis, my lord, they're members. So I'm a member. The respondents, my lord, the respondents in this petition, there's no dispute that they're Kukamis, man. Then Lordship, functions. Lordship may kindly come to Article 4. Western WSKS shall hold general conference once in a year. Lordship, this is also important because Lordship, by now Lordship is familiar with the name Wihoto Yapto, the previous president, my lord, whose tenure ended in the year 2019. In every year, they're supposed to hold a general conference, my lord. In 2019, did not hold a general conference because general conference is very important for selection of the office bearers. Now, Lordship, Lordship may kindly come to 4E. Shall effect the office bearers elect, it should be, shall elect the office bearers and executive committee in tandem. So,
page? No,
same page, man.
Okay.
4E.
Sir.
Functions of the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho is also to elect the office bearers and executive committee in tandem. Yes, Lordship. Now, Lordship may kindly come to the next page. Lordship may kindly come to 6, man. How the selection is to be made.
Yes.
The mode of selection of office bearers and executive members. The office shall have the following office bearers: President, Vice President, General Secretary, Joint Secretary, Finance Secretary, such as such, Lordship.
Okay.
B. The executive committee shall have the strength of 31 members, man, including the office bearers, and which WSHK office bearers, including seat allotted in range-wise, shall be known as executive committee. Now, Lordship, this is important. C is important. The executive committee shall select the ex-president of WSKH along with 5 to 7 veteran Kukamis, GPs, and shall constitute them as nominating committee. Then D, my lord. The nominating committee shall
constitute them as
nominating committee. So they will nominate the
select the ex-president.
Yes, and 5 to 7 Kukami. Now, Lordship.
Along with 5 to 7 veteran Kukami.
And then D, my lord. The nominating committee shall select the WSKH office bearers, which shall be approved by the House. Now, even after this nomination, my lord, even if the names are nominated by the nominating committee, they have to be approved by the General Conference, by the House. So, my lord, those are important. 7, my lord, again, qualification of office bearers. May I just read only one? That is A. He shall be a Kukami. Does not say that he should be a Kukami from a government-recognized village. Now, Lordship may kindly come to 8, Article 8. He shall be president and vice president. He shall be selected for 3 years. For 3 years. However, if necessary, he shall be selected for second tenure only. If desirable, he can be re-elected after a period of interval. So there can be 2 terms of 3 years each. So, but the tenure is 3 years, Lordship.
Tenure is 3 years.
Yes, Lordship. Vice President and President.
Yes.
And Lordship, General Secretary also, 9 is General Secretary. Tenure is 3 years. B, Lordship, next page. He shall be selected for for 3 years, and if desirable, he can be selected for a second term. So, my lord, then Lordship may kindly come to another relevant provision, my lord. Which are the areas that comes within this Kukami Hoho? Page 182. Article 15.
Article 15.
Area
Okay.
representative of executive members. So these areas, from these areas falls or comes are member of the organization. And Lordship may kindly note D. D. Ako Huto area. Lordship, a campaign was made which has been referred by the Wasasumi Hoho, no? This is the area from which the complaint came, which has been specifically mentioned. This is the area, Mano. The GPs from this area, the GP association from this area. So there are altogether, Lordship, at 11 GPs, but 9 area from Nagaland, Mano. A to I are the areas from Western Sumi areas. So now, my lord, Lordship may kindly note this, because the person who selected me, my lord, the person who selected me are from these areas. The representative of these areas selected me. I'll show your lordship when I go there, my lord. These are the areas.
Area representative of executive committee members.
These areas, my lord, this area falls under the
how it is relevant?
Western Sumi Kukami Hoho, my lord. These are the areas. And from these areas, only the executive members will be selected.
Okay, executive members will be selected
from this area.
There are other areas also.
No, my lord. These are the areas that comes within the organization.
Okay. And you are from D.
I'm from D. And Lordship, I just want to show from D there was a complaint. There were complaints from D area.
Complaint against?
Against the continuation of against Vihoto Yapto, my lord, his re-election and not holding election, my lord.
Okay. It was not you.
It was not you. From this area, man.
Okay.
From this area. Then Lordship may kindly come to page 183. Lordship, this is again, Lordship is very clear on this, that Kukami only, he need not be a government appointed Kukami. So, Lordship 20. Lordship may kindly see 2. Clause 2. As per the village custom and tradition, upon whoever a Kukamiship is conferred upon, a customary prayer shall be conducted wherein Atukatu, means this is a chief Kukami, my lord, shall declare in public and confer the responsibility of Kukamiship upon the person, and if this practice is not complied with, that person shall not be regarded as Akaku. So this means this is how Kukami is appointed, my lord. There's no dispute that I'm not a Kukami, or we are not a Kukami. The defendants or the respondents are not Kukami. Then Lordship may kindly come to the another. Yes, ma'am. Lordship, page 184. Next page, ma'am.
Yes.
Lordship may kindly come to clause 8. The post of village council chairman. The post of village council chairman in Western Sumi area shall be held by Atukukau. Lordship, the Atukukau is the chief Kukami, the chief GB, head GB. If Atukukau is unable to do so, he can select any of his assistant Kukami for the same. So therefore, Lordship, who are the chairman of the village? Chairman of the village are the head GBs, the head Kukami. Lordship, because I'm referring to this clause to show that the chairman got together, sent their representative, and the representative selected us. Lordship, I will be showing that. Now, Lordship. Lordship may kindly to the facts, my lord. And Lordship may also see the Western Sumi Hoho Constitution. Lordship, that is at page 122. What? 112, Lordship. I'm sorry. Lordship, this is also in Sema language. We have translated the relevant portion only. 112 is the SEMA and 122, like 122 is the translated copy.
This is
Western Sumi Hoho Constitution. Now, Lordship was making a query. Who are the members of this Western Sumi Hoho? Lordship, Article 5. Because, my Lord, Western Sumi Hoho is an organization of all the organizations, my Lord. They are called the frontal organizations. They refer to them as the frontal organizations. So who are these organizations? This is affiliated to this Western Sumi Hoho. Article 5 clearly shows, my Lord, the following affiliated bodies and area under Western Sumi Hoho, apex body. A, affiliated bodies under Western Sumi Hoho. Number 1 is Western Sumi Kukami. And the others, my Lord. Even the women organization, Hoho, is there. Officers Union also is there. Youth organization is there. Sports organization is there. Even the church is there.
Okay, Western Sumi Kukami is also
Number 1.
okay.
And Lordship, the area under, Lordship may kindly see which other area. Same area as mentioned in the Western Sumi Kukami Host Constitution, my Lord, the 9th area. Number 2 is that, which is number 2 here, that is number D there, Lordship.
Yes.
Lordship may kindly come to Lordship, the next page, 123.
Yes.
This is Article 13 of the Western Sumi Hoho. What does it say, my Lord? May I just read this? Article 13A. In the event of any dispute, conflict, in selection of office bearers of Western Sumi Hoho and subordinate funded organizations, my Lord. All these are funded organizations. Even Western Sumi Kukami Hoho is one of them, my Lord. The Western Sumi Advisory Board shall resolve the matter. So there's a provision under the Constitution to resolve issues relating to the constitution of office bearers if there's a dispute. If there's a dispute, man. And it shall be done by the Advisory Board of the Western Sumi.
Yes.
Lordship now. Lordship has already, by now, Lordship is well familiar with the name Vihoto Yapto. This person is very important, my Lord, because this is the person who has played the mischief creating to this scenario, my Lord, the circumstances, present circumstances. Vihoto Yapto. Lordship, he was appointed in the year 2016 as the president of Western Sumi Kukami Hoho. His tenure is for a 3-year period, expires in the month of July 2019. Lordship, to show that, may I take your Lordship to page 224. To show this Vihoto Yapto was appointed in 2016. This is a letter, my Lord, written by the Western Sumi Hoho to the Deputy Commissioner, and it is dated 1/9/16. And this informs the Deputy Commissioner, the office bearers who were selected in the year 2016 up to 2019. The office bearers for the term up to 2019, my Lord. President, my Lord, Vihoto Yapto. And my Lord, second paragraph, the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho has been functioning since 1996 as tribal council for the Sumi Naga tribe residing within the Western Sumi area. And as required and prescribed by Act above mentioned, the undersigned are obliged to submit the names of the office bearers for the tenure 2016-2019. So, my Lord, his tenure ends in 2019. There's no dispute. Now, what happened now? He did not relinquish office even up to the expiry. The problem started with that. Instead, my Lord, what he did, my Lord, he organized a cultural center inauguration program on 27 January 2020. 27/1/2020. my lord, I have filed an objection and also in my appeal, I've categorically, particularly mentioned everything. So on 20,
This is a complaint.
no, my lord, this is.
No, this 224 is.
This is the list of office bearers selected in the
Okay,
year.
this is only office bearer.
Yeah, 2019, my lord, just to show that their tenure expressed in the year 2019.
Okay. Sure.
Lordship.
Next.
Now, his tenure expired
Yes.
in 2019, but he and his team, they did not want to demit office, my lord. They wanted to continue. But, my lord, there's a procedure prescribed by the Constitution for them to continue. The nominating committee has to be selected. Then they have to name himself to be nominated. It has to be approved. Instead, what he did, my lord, he organized a cultural program on 27/1/2020. And then he tried to get himself re-elected. Lordship.
Where do we find that?
There's nothing. There's no recommendation. Nominating committee did not recommend their name. Just organized a program, and he said he got re-elected.
Okay, where do we find that?
That statement is there, my lord. I've made the statement.
Okay.
In my objection, also in my appeal, my lord, is there. But because we could not show anything, because there's nothing, my lord. He just organized a program and he got re-elected. So therefore, my lord, objections were made. And lordship may kindly come to page 126.
You have a document raising objection?
Yes, my lord. That document is referred here, my lord, page 126. My lord, 120, 125 is the original, my lord. This is in SEMA. So my lord, kindly come to page 126, my lord. Page 126. A complaint was received by the Western Sumi Hoho, and the president of the Western Sumi Hoho referred the complaint to the advisory board, my lord. May I just read this? This is dated 17th March 2020.
Yes.
17/3/2020. Lordship, may I just read this? To the convener advisory board, Western Sumi Hoho, subject to resolve the dispute of Western Sumi Kukami Hoho. Sir, on 27 January, the selection of new team of Kukami at Vihoko village was not done according to the constitution, and as per the letter from Akoto Kukami Malak, the number D Malak, the area mentioned in under number 3, Article 15, Gangbura Association, requesting to look into the matter. The advisory board is requested to look into the matter. The responsibility entrusted to you for setting the issue is done as per Western Sumi Constitution 13A. So, Lordship, invoking the powers under Article 13A, the advisory board was asked to look into the issue because the person had got himself re-elected without following the constitutional provisions. So, my lord, there was a failure. Lordship?
This was to the advisory board.
Yes, by president of the Western Sumi Hoho.
Western Sumi Hoho.
Yeah, because the Western Sumi Hoho received a complaint.
So where is that?
That complaint is not here, my lord. That complaint is not here. That complaint is not. Don't have a copy of the complaint, but the complaint was.
That complaint was lodged by
the Akahoto Kukami Gambura Association.
My lord, that is also another Gambura association.
Lordship, that is the area under Article 15D, my lord. Lordship, at page.
Yes.
Lordship had seen that, Lordship, at page. Lordship at page. I'm sorry, Lordship. Huh? Page?
Yes.
218, Lordship. 218, Article 15D.
Yes.
This area. Gamburas from this area. The Gambura Association from this area. Lodge the complaint. Kukami Western, who are under the Kukami Hoho only, the Gamburas under the Kukami, Western Sumi Kukami Hoho lodge the complaint.
So that complaint letter is not there.
The complaint letter is not there.
Reference to the complaint received from.
Yes, the letter is there, and this complaint was referred to the advisory board because the president cannot take it up himself.
So this is Akahoto Kukame is the name of the Gambura.
Area, my lord. Akahoto is the area. Akahoto is the area, my lord. And the Gamburas.
Not the name of the particular person.
No, it's not the name of a particular person.
Name of the Gamburas.
Name of the area.
Name of the Kukami,
Name of the area. The Gamburas of that Akahoto area.
So that means you mean to say that the Gamburas of that, not more than, maybe more than.
Well, no more, yes, my lord, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, many Gangburas of that area. All the Gangburas of the area lodged the complaint.
So.
Because
whether-
lordship, see, the person who.
whether in the trial court also recorded.
Yes, yes, yes. This,
Yeah.
that record is not there. Because lordship, this I cannot find.
Okay.
Now, lordship, what has happened is, lordship, may I pause here for a moment?
Yes.
Lordship, the person who is in charge of the Western Sumi Kukami Hall, who's supposed to conduct the election by constituting the executive committee, he wants to continue. He doesn't want to demit office. He wants to continue. His term has ended. Now, what to do, lordship? The person in charge is not holding the election. So now what to do? So as per the constitution of the Western Sumi Hall, and since Western Kukami is affiliated, is a part of, is also one of the frontal organization of Western Sumi Hall, my lord. Now there's a breakdown in constitutional machinery, my lord. So the only thing is to make a complaint, to go to the higher body, and to make him hold election. So the complaint was lodged.
Okay.
Now, lordship, after that, my lord, what has happened is page 128. So the advisory board, my lord, they call they call a meeting. They call a meeting and pass this resolution, my lord, page 128. 19/3/2020, the date.
Just a minute.
Yeah. The selection of the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho office bearers on 27/1/2020 did not follow the constitution and did not follow any procedure. As such, the August House carefully deliberated on the matter and decided not to accept the selection made on 27/1/2020 and has resolved to select a new team as per constitution, madam, by following the due procedure. Number two, as per the good advice given by the August House, by the Western Sumi area chairman, my lord, this is a gathering of the Western Sumi area chairman, my lord, and the chairman are the head GPs, my lord. The house
Head GBs, that is also, they are also Kukami.
Kukami, they are also Kukami. They are the, in fact, the head Kukamis. The chieftain. The house decided that before 31/3/2020, the respective area chairman shall select their respective area representative and submit the names to the Western Sumi Advisory Board. It is decided that the area chairman and the Western Sumi Advisory Board members shall have a meeting and select the such nominating committee members, and they shall be entrusted to select the new Western Sumi Kukami office bearers. So what they decide, my lord? Each chairman of the village of the Western Sumi area will send a representative, my lord. And this representative will get together and select the nominating committee. Because, my lord, it can only be selected through the nominating committee of the Western Sumi Kukami Hall. But that nominating committee has to be elected through the president, who does not want to relinquish office, who does not want to conduct an election selection. So therefore, this method had to be adopted. Except for bringing these people together, my lord, the rest, everything was done by the person through the nominating committee. Now, lordship may kindly come to. Lordship may kindly come to page 130.
Yes.
My lord, then what happened? There was a notice on 20th March 2020. Notice was given, my lord. This was not done in hush-hush manner. It was made known to the public. Greetings to all the area chairman and village chief. This is by the advisory board of the Western Sumi, under the Western Sumi area. On 19/3/2020, the Western Sumi Advisory Board, Western Sumi Hoho, Western Sumi Frontal Organization, lordship, see so many organizations together, and all area chairmen held a joint meeting at Lumti village and resolved to elect new Western Sumi Kukami Hoho office bearers. Accordingly, it is informed to all area chairmen under the Western Sumi area to select Western Sumi area, Western WSKH area representatives and send their respective names to the Western Sumi Advisory Board on or before 31/3/2020. So, lordship, the advisory board did not select them. They asked the
area people to nominate their representative so that they can select the office bearers. Some method had to be adopted, my lord. Then Lordship may kindly come to page 132.
Yes.
My lord, this is again on 23/6/2020. Notice again, notice. With regards to the conflict about the selection of office bearers of the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho, and according to the direction of the Western Sumi Hoho, entrusted the issue to Western Sumi Advisory Board, and the Western Sumi Advisory Board called a meeting on 19/3/2020 at Lumti Village, where Western Sumi Hoho, Western Sumi Frontal Organization, and area representative from 9 units were present, and the House found that the decision taken on 27/1/2020 at Vihoko Village, whereby the selection for the new Western Sumi Kukami Ho team was totally unconstitutional, illegal, and not according to prescribed rules, and therefore the House declared such resolution as null and void and decided to elect new members. Accordingly, WSAB held a meeting, that is the advisory board, held a meeting on 23/6/2020, while upholding the resolution met on 19/3/2020 at Lumti Village to select new office bearers. The following was WSKH nominating committee members comprising of office bearers, Gangburas, and leaders are directed to select the new WSKH office bearers for the tenure 2020 to 2023. The House directed the WSKH nominating committees to select President, Vice President, and General Secretary of WSKH before 10/7/2020. So the nominating committee was selected. 7 altogether. 7 members altogether. Now, Lashid may kindly come to page 135. This nominee committee, what they did, Manu.
Nomination committee.
Yes, Manu. 36/2020. As per the direction of the Western Sumi Advisory Board on 23/6/2020, the nomination committee looked into the matter of WSKH, and accordingly, the nomination committee made the following decision resolution on 36/2020 as follows. Western Sumi Kukami Ho, President, Malak, that is I'm the respondent number 1, 2, and 3. Not 3, Malak. 3 did not accept the post. So therefore, he was replaced subsequently by some other person. General Secretary. Number 2 did not accept, Malak. General Secretary did not accept. Then
General Secretary?
General Secretary, Malak, the person at number 2, Kevito Chishi. He was nominated initially, but he did not accept the post because of some personal difficulties. So therefore, subsequently, in the General Conference, Malak, he was replaced by the present respondent number 3.
Okay, no, General Secretary, Kevito Chichi is not a party.
It's not a party, Malak, because he did not accept it. So the person who replaced him is a party, Malak. Respondent number 3. Lashik? Then
Yes, the respondent number 2 is Vice President.
No, it's the General Secretary. Respondent number 2 is the Vice President. Yes, Lashik. Respondent number 2 is the Vice President. Respondent number 1 is the President, Malak. Respondent number 3 is the General Secretary.
2
is the Vice President, right? In the respondent, Malak. CL number 2 here, Malak. General Secretary, Kevito Chishi, Lordship. On 36/2020, he was selected by the nominating committee.
Okay,
but he did not accept.
He did not accept. Who is there in his place?
In his place, Malak, the present respondent number 3 in this petition, the defendant number 3. His name, Malak, may I just, what is the name, please? Lordship, his name is Kukhato, Kughato, Kukhato Awomi. Kukhato Awomi.
So he, the General Secretary is respondent number 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Lordship, then may I just read the Lordship, this, and another thing is important, Malak. Lordship, among the 6 nominations, may I read 135 again, Malak? This is important also. Among, last paragraph, Malak, among 6 nomination committee, the vote was 4-2.
Where do we find?
Page 135.
Okay,
last paragraph, please.
Okay.
Among the 6 nomination committee, the vote was 4-2, and as such, C. Pushito Lordship, that is respondent number 1. The head GB of Pushito village was elected as president, and has decided him to hold the office thereon. So I was asked the respondent about. Then Lordship may kindly come to 137.
136.
37.
Okay.
He writes, now after this, the selection is notified or informed to the Western Swimming Hall Advisory Board by letter dated 36/2027. With due respect, as per the subject stated above, as per the direction of the Western Swimming Advisory Board directing the nominating committee to select new Western Swimming Hall office bearers for the tenure 2020 to 23, and accordingly, the committee members on 2030 held a meeting at Hotel Salamati and decided as follows. And Lordship, the name of the 3 persons who have been nominated. And Lordship, what happened after this?
This is information.
Information.
Or what? Information to?
Information to the Western Swimming Advisory Board, my lord, of the by the nominating committee. They were entrusted to search, my lord, to nominate. Lordship, then may kindly come to page 138.
Yes.
Lordship, 138. Lordship has seen, as per the Constitution, my lord, as per the Constitution of the Western Swimming Kukamia Hall, my lord, the nomination or the selection has to be approved by the General Conference, by the House, General House, my lord. Now, a program was held on 10/7/2020, General Conference, my lord. This is in SEMA. 139 is the translated copy. Lordship,
139.
yeah, this is the General Conference, which was held on 10/7/2020, Western Swimming Kukami General Conference. Lordship, because even if the persons are nominated, madam, unless it is approved by the General Conference, they will not become the members, they will not become the office bearers of the Kukami Hall. So they have to be approved in the conference, General Conference. So this
is under which provision?
Lordship, I had page 216, my lord. 216, Article 6D, my lord. 6D. The nominating commission shall select WSHK office bearers, which shall be approved by the House. 216.
Which one?
216D, my lord. 6D. 6D.
6D. Okay.
So, my lord, on this day, on 10/7, that is page 139 again, man. On 10/7/2020, my lord, the General Conference was held. The name, that is our name, was put forward to the House and we were approved. My lord, CL number 4, program. In the program at CL number 4, announcement of 2020 to 2023 WSKH office bearers, convener nominating committee. So the name that was selected by the nominating committee was placed before this General Conference on 10/7/2020. Even the outgoing president, my lord, had made his presidential address, number 6.
Presidential address given by?
The old one and the incoming and the outgoing also. Vihoto Yapto.
Okay.
Now, Lordship, after this, what happened? In spite of this, my lord, in spite of this, the Vihoto Yapto did not want to be. This is in favor. Now, Lordship may kindly come to page 142.
Yes.
So, my lord, he was not giving up. So, Western Sumi Ho, the apex body in the Western Sumi area, passed a resolution on 10/9/2020. May I read this one?
Yes.
Pertaining to the dispute of Western Sumi Kukami Hoho for the tenure 2023 to 2023, the Western Sumi Ho, according to Article 13A, entrusted the Western Sumi Advisory Board to resolve the issue, and therefore the Western Sumi Advisory Board, according to the power vested in them through Article 12A, is 13A actually, madam, carefully examined the matter and solved the issue for the tenure 2020 to 23 by selecting Pushito Ayumi, that is respondent number 1, as president, and therefore on 10/7/2020, the Shukuvi village, the Western Sumi frontal heads, madam, all the frontal organization of the Western Sumi, 10 Western Sumi area president, representative of the Western Sumi elders, bore witness to the blessing of WSKH President, Vice President, General Secretary by Executive Secretary, WSAB, Reverend so-and-so, on 10/7/2020. And therefore, Western Sumi Hoho strongly reiterates the same. To Malat, next page. As mentioned in above para 1, C. Vihoto Yapto, ex-president WSKH, is directed to hand over the office and belongings within 14 days to C. Pushito Aye, WSKH new president and his team. So, then, Lordship, after this what happened, Malot, the newly selected office bearers, after this, Malot, yes, page 145, Malot. Even then, Malot, in spite of these directions, even then he did not give up the office, Vihoto Yapto. He wanted to continue. So what a reconciliation program was, prayer program was convened, Malot, at the behest of the Western Sumi.
Page
and
45.
Page 145. And this now the church got involved, my lord. Even the church got involved. Now, Lordship, reconciliation prayer.
Where was involved? Church.
Church also.
Okay.
The church of that area, Western Sumi area, my lord. They also got involved. They wanted to solve the dispute. New persons have been selected, but the old one is not giving way, my lord. The tussle continued. So the church got involved, and my lord, on November 28, 2020. Lordship, this date is very important. 28/11/2020. This date will keep coming back again, my lord. 28 November 2020. This prayer reconciliation prayer program was held. And Lordship, here, after holding this program, where this Vihoto Yapto also attended, man. The all team, as well as the newly selected team, both the parties attended. Now, Lordship, on this day, a resolution was passed. That is at page 147. An agreement, my lord, rather, between the two parties. 147. Yes. Lordship, this is important. Everything rests, my case rests on this. Though I was selected in the month of March, he did not give way, so this prayer program, reconciliation program was held. Then, Lordship, on 28/11/2020, this agreement was recorded. May I read this? In regard to the unrest within the Western Sumi Kukami, the Executive Committee of the Western Sumi on November 25, 2020, deliberated the unrest and met the following resolution. The Western Sumi Kukami, the Vihoto Group, Malot, the previous president, the person who was not relinquishing office, Vihoto Group, Malot. Remember, Lordship, may kindly note, it's not just Vihoto, it's Vihoto's group. And Malot, the plaintiff, the petitioner belongs to Vihoto Group. Vihoto Group shall hold the WSKH.
Vihoto Group is?
Malot, Vihoto Group. I'm not Vihoto Group. I'm Pushito, Malot.
Vihoto Group is the petitioner's group.
Yeah, Malot, because petitioner has been selected by this Vihoto. Petitioner. Yes.
Vihoto Group.
Yeah. Yes, Lordship. May I read it, Malot?
Yes.
The Western Sumi Kukami Ho, Vihoto Group shall hold the Western Sumi Kukami Ho office up to Jubilee. That means the Vihoto Group.
Ex-president.
Yes, ex-president. Will hold office up to Jubilee. And thereafter, Pushito Group, that is the present respondents, Malot. Pushito's group shall hold office thereon. Lordship, that is clear, Malot. So after the Jubilee, within 14 days, Sri Pushito, that is me, Malot, our group, shall hold the office for 1 tenure, 3 years. Both the groups shall uphold to this resolution with honor and work together for success and to get Jubilee blessing. And Lordship may kindly see who has signed. Vihoto Yapto has signed. He has also signed. I've also signed. Respondent number 1 has also signed. Vihoto Yapto also signed, my lord, saying that okay, Jubilee is going to be held in 2021. Yeah,
So
2020.
here, who is the ex-president? Vihoto Yapto.
Yes, ma'am. Lordship.
Okay, who else? Osito is the present respondent.
Yes, my lord. Bushido is the person respondent number 1, the person who has been appointed as the president.
Hmm.
So this got the issue, my lord, the dispute is between 2 groups now. Bihoto group and my group, and the respondent number 1's group. So by this resolution, my lord, by this agreement, Bihoto group, that is the person who was elected as president in 2016 for a term of 3 years, will continue till the Silver Jubilee celebration, 14 days thereafter. He must demit office, relinquish office. And Lordship may kindly note, when was the Jubilee held? Jubilee was held on 28/12/2021. So after 14 days from 28 December 2021, Vihoto group had to relinquish office. And I was supposed to be given charge. Lordship, that is clear. Now, Lordship. Now, accordingly, Malam, after the like I said, Malam, Lordship.
Just a minute.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Now, Lordship, the Silver Jubilee, Madam. Now the date of this, there is 28/12/2021. Silver Jubilee of Vessel Sumi Kukamio, WSKH, was held on 28/12/2021. And therefore, my lord, Vihoto's group had to relinquish office within 14 days after the Silver Jubilee. The Silver Jubilee, the 14 days expired on 12/1/2022. And therefore, my lord, immediately after the expiry of the 14 days, I took over. My group took over. Respondent's group took over. And Lordship, after taking over, we also held a Thanksgiving program. My lord, page 149, page 149. 149. A Thanksgiving program was held on 27/1/2022. This is in accordance with the agreement that was
After holding charge.
After holding charge.
Okay.
Now, Lordship mechanic, but still this person, Vihoto Yapto, continued to cause disruption, my lord.
Just a minute. Here, your name also included here in the
program, right?
Program.
Yes, welcome address, my lord. Number 2, Pushito Aimi. Since I'm the president, newly elected president, welcome address was given by.
Okay.
Yes, Lordship. Now, Lordship may kindly come to page 154. In spite of this, in spite of all this, and Lordship may kindly see from the no objection from anybody. Everything is following smoothly. No objection from the plaintiff, my lord, the petitioner. They are not in the picture yet, my lord. Kindly note, my lord. They have not. They've seen that they are appointed. They were functioning. Then we came and disrupted. No, my lord. They have not been appointed till then. Till now, till the day we assume office, we give a held the Thanksgiving program. My lord, they have not been appointed.
This was participated by them also.
Lordship, everyone was there. The public were there.
Okay.
The public were there, my lord. Now, Lordship, my 154, my lord, again. In spite of this, Bihoto Yapto again was causing problem. So, Lordship, again, as cited above, this is 154, my lord. As cited above, may I read this, my lord? This is on 14 February 2022. February now, my lord. February, after the Thanksgiving. As cited above, subject, together with Western Sumi Advisory Board, Western Sumi Kukami Ho Advisory Board, and on behalf of Akochu Gauhati Association passed a resolution on 42/2022 that according to the said resolution, before 28/2/2022, the former president should hand over the office of WSKH to the newly elected president.
So this is again
Yes.
who passed this?
Western Sumi Ho.
Okay, so since he was not giving.
Yes, he was not giving. Then, my lord, again, next page, the resolution, my lord, on the same day. Yes, my lord.
This is what subject?
Subject conflict resolution. Again, because this fellow is continuing, my lord.
No, this is notice or what? Order or what?
This is the decision taken, record of the decision taken on this day, my lord.
And then what is the direction?
Lordship,
The
accordingly, the
president
said
should hand over.
yes,
Whether the copy was
then
provided from him, provided to him.
A resolution
Whether the copy was provided to him.
would be, my lord, this was a decision taken, but that I cannot say, my lord. Then, my lord, 155, may I continue, my lord? This
Yes,
3 pages, my lord. This resolution is of 3 pages.
Okay.
155. The Western Sumi Ho, Western Sumi Advisory Board, ex-president Western Sumi Kukami Ho, even the ex-president of the Kukami Ho also, my lord, advisory of advises WSKH for 2 parties, my lord, and the president of the presidents of 9 out of 10 area of Western Sumi on 14/2/2020 held a meeting at the office of the Western Sumi Ho on the issue on the conflict for the post of president of Western Sumi Ho, Kukami Ho. The House elected Sri Shotazava Head GB, ex-president WSKH Advisory Board, WSK to be the sessional chairman, and selected Sri Vikoto Kiyashumi Head Gompura, President KTT to be the sessional secretary to discuss in depth on the issue of the conflict for the post of president WSKH. Resolution. Upholding the resolution that was passed on 28/11/2020, my lord, at Western Sumi Baptist Akoloto Association Center, Church, Akuvoto, witnessed by the WSH, WSBAK, Sumi Frontal Organization, advisors, SV Hoto, Yaptomi, Head Gompura, and Sipushito, my lord, both of them are there. It was resolved that according to 28/11/2020 resolution, the tenure of CV Hoto Yaptomi was over. As such, the House had come into conclusion that C. Pushito Aimi will take charge of the office of WSKH as president. Any person who goes against this resolution will be penalized according to Article 21 AB of the Constitution of WSH. So, my lord, again, reiteration, informing that this you have to relinquish the office. Selection has already been made. So, my lord, done. Now, my lord, this all happened. Now, my lord, what happened? Only then, this fellow, my lord, now he was finding it difficult to continue. The entire SEMA community, all the frontal organizations were asking him to relinquish the office. So now he cannot continue, my lord. So therefore, what he did, page 160, man. He now, when he is no longer the president, man, he's no longer the president, page 160, man. Lordship may kindly note the date. 21. may kindly note the date. 21 February 2022. January, he relinquished office, my lord. January 2022, his term got over. 14 days after that. 21 to February, my lord. 21 to 2022. He is no longer the president of Western Sumi Kukami Hoho. Yet, my lord, and he has to relinquish the office. He does not want to, he knows that he cannot no longer continue. He has tried his best. Now what he does, my lord, he wants to appoint someone, his proxy. He wants to keep his proxy. Now what he does, illegally, without having the authority to convene the executive committee, my lord, he convenes the executive committee meeting on 21/2/2022 when he is no longer the president. Lordship has found a date, my lord. Then what he does, the executive meeting convened by the Vihoto Yapto, my lord, selects this executive nominating committee. It is number 3, my lord. For selecting office bearers, the following persons have been selected as such committee. So 5-member committee is selected through Vihoto Yapto, the previous president, who is no longer the president on 21/2/2022. He started the playing mischief here again, my lord. He has enjoyed the benefit of the agreement to continue from 2019 to 2022 January. He got into an agreement saying, okay, I'll relinquish office after the Silver Jubilee. And when he has enjoyed the fruit of the agreement, my lord, he turns around and he says, now, no, I'll not give it to my opponent. I'll give it to my own proxy person. And he does this. He appoints 5%.
5% is?
Us nominating committee, my lord.
Okay.
Yes. Lordship again. So therefore, my lord, the Western Sumi Hoho again interferes and says, my lord, passes this resolution. I may not read it, page 162. Same thing, my lord, that he's no longer the president. You hand over charge to my group, my lord. There is page 162, Lordship. I'll not read this. Same thing, reiteration again by the Western Sumi Hoho. Then, my lord, in spite of all this, 165, my lord, page 165. The illegally constituted search committee or nominating committee by Vihoto Yapto selects the present petitioners, my lord, page 165. On 28/2/2022. 28/2/2022. So, Lordship, this is when they were born, illegally. Lordship, my approval, our approval, the respondents' approval, the respondents' approval as office bearers, my lord, was done by the General Conference on 10/7/2020. Lordship has already seen that. 10/7/2020 was the approval by the General Conference, my lord. Lordship, I've already pointed that out, my lord, at page 139. Now, I could not continue because the other person was not demitting office. So therefore, finally, we got into an agreement, my lord, an agreement on 28/11/2020, so that he will continue up to the Silver Jubilee, 14 days after the Jubilee. So 14 days Jubilee expired on 12/1/2022. 12/1/2022. Till then, my lord, till 12/1/2022, the petitioners, my lord, the plaintiffs were not selected. On 12/1/2022, I took charge. We took charge, my lord. I and my team took charge. The respondents took charge, my lord. We even hold a Thanksgiving program on 12/1/2022, 27/1/2022. Even then, my lord, the present petitioners were not the office bearers. They became office bearers only on 28/2/2022. So where is the caution of saying that? How can they say that they were already functioning when we were also functioning? I was already functioning, they came afterwards, man. They came afterwards. It is not they were first selected, then we came and tried to disrupt them. We were already holding office. And it is when the previous
president could not run, could not continue any longer, he appointed these proxy persons illegally, my lord, by constituting an illegal nominating committee after his tenure was over. And therefore they tried to bring them in. And in spite of this, my lord, then lordship may kindly see. Now, even this program, even this, their selection by the nominating committee will not do. They have to be approved by the House, my lord. So they sought the permission of the deputy commissioner to, they sought the permission of the deputy commissioner to give them the ground at new land ground to hold the general conference. But, my lord, by that time, my lord, the respondents were already functioning as the office bearers of Western Sumi Kukami Hongo. Lordship may kindly see page 166, March 2020. 2022. So we wrote to the deputy commissioner objecting, please don't grant them permission to use the new land ground because they are illegally conducting the conference. They don't have the right to conduct the conference. So, my lord, this is the representation, Western Sumi Kukami Ho, letterhead, my lord. Lordship may kindly see who has signed it. Page 168, my lord. Respondent number 1, the president.
Which one?
Page 168, my lord. Signature. Pushito Ayemi, respondent number 1, president, 11/3/2022.
So now he
Already
is signing
yes.
in
So
the
therefore,
capacity of president.
yes. Therefore, when the DC received this letter, my lord, new land, Lordship may kindly come to page 169. The DC refused permission by order dated 11/3/2022. (11/3/2022). What's your respondent? No.
On the same day.
Yes, my lord. Now, my lord, I also want to show. Then
No, just a minute. This is refusal is.
This is refusal is, my lord, page 69, 169.
Okay. Yes. So BC has addressed to
Yes, yes, my
the petitioner.
Yes, my lord. No. The previous president, my lord.
Okay, the previous.
Who was refusing to relinquish office. He wants to conduct a general election. He's no longer the president, my lord.
Okay.
So rightly refused. So now, what he did, my lord, he instead goes to his own village, page 127, 237. So now he doesn't get permission, so he goes to his own village, my lord, Havishir village. And 237. Memorandum available. Lordship, then what he does, he goes and hold the general conference in his own village, on 16 March 2022, and says that yes, we have the general conference has been conducted and the plaintiff's name has been approved. It's 187, like 187. Lordship, may kindly see page
187, my lord, just to show that we have been accepted by not only by the Western Sumi Hoho, but even by the Western Sumi Hoho. My lord, the Western Sumi Hoho, the Sumi Hoho of all the Semas, of all the Sumis in the state of Nagaland, come under the organization Sumi Hoho. Even the Western Sumi Hoho is a member, is a part of the Sumi Hoho. Page 187. This is a letter written on by the Sumi Hoho, my lord, Office of the Sumi, on 11/3/2022. Lordship. Lordship, may I just read this? Office of the Sumi Hoho. Sumi Hoho sends greetings to the President and colleagues of Western Sumi Hoho. We thank you for resolving the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho issue amicably. We pray for God's blessing upon C. Vihoto Yoktomi and his team for courageously upholding the office of the Western Sumi Kukami Hoho during their tenure, my lord, the previous president. We congratulate Sri Pushido, that is respondent number 1, Ayumi and his team for being inducted for the new term. May God lead you. So, Lordship, even the Sumi Hoho acknowledges the selection of the respondents on 11/3/2022. Then, Lordship, again. So, my lord, then may kindly come to page 188 just to show that we have been functioning as the office bearers of Western Sumi Kukami Hoho. Page 188, my lord. It's a memorandum, my lord. It's a type copy. Type copy is at page 190, my lord. This is a memorandum addressed by the Western Sumi Hoho and other organizations, Sumi organizations of the Western area, my lord, to the Chief Minister. And one of the signatories is, my lord, respondent number 1, as president of the WSKH. Bottom, my lord. Number 2. This is on 7/6/2022.
This is what?
It's a memorandum addressed to the Chief Minister, man, by the frontal organizations, by the Sumi organizations of the Western area, Western Sumi area. And my lord, the respondent number 1's name is there as serial number 2 as president of the WSKH. It's 22. So, Lordship, when all this happened, now they even here, my lord, they could not succeed. So now that's when they came and filed the plea. So now they wanted the court intervention. They wanted to continue through the court's intervention. And unfortunately, my lord, injunction was passed in their favor. They did not have prima facie case. Balance of convenience, my lord, was in my favor because, my lord, balance of convenience, my lord, if I'm already in office. So what the trial court had to see was whether granting the injunction.
It was ex parte?
What?
That injunction was ex parte?
No, my lord.
After hearing the
party. After hearing the party. Okay. After hearing. So, my lord, balance of convenience in my favor because I'm being ousted. Greater injustice, inconvenience is caused to me. If they were in the office and if they were asked to go, then yes, balance of convenience was also in my favor, my lord, because I was already in the office. And then I mean, harm and loss. Lordship, because of the interim order, I cannot continue, though I've been validly selected. The time is going by. If I am done, so this damage cannot be repaired at any cost. So therefore, my lord, I file an appeal. The appellate court, my lord.
This injunction was passed on which date?
Judgment of the trial court, my lord.
Yes, injunction.
Trial court was passed on 4/11/22, my lord. And the
4/11?
4/11. 4/11/2022.
Page,
Page 17 of the petition.
6179. 6179.
Page 17, my lord, of the small volume. The first petition.
Page, sorry, date
4/11/22.
2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Junction.
Malad? Yes. Page 7.
Number 181, ISCB number 181/22, case number.
Now, Lordship. And Lordship has already read this judgment, so I'll not bother your Lordship by reading this again, or this orders. Lordship has also seen the appellate's court order dated 16/5/2023, 16/5/2023, page 37 of the 16/5/2023. So,
Appeal.
appeal,
Yeah, appeal order.
appeal. Everything has been considered, facts have been considered, and rightly, my lord,
So appeal is page.
page
So
37.
appeal order 37.
Yes, 37, my lord. Not the affidavit of the petition, page 37 of the petition, main petition. So, now, Lordship. So, Lordship may kindly see now few things, my lord. Now, Lordship, before I go further, my lord, I'll be wrapping it up, my lord. Lordship may kindly see the this application, this petition. Lordship may kindly see take the petition, it's the small volume.
Yes.
This petition is listen to this. This petition is filed under, Lordship may kindly come to page 1. Page 1 of the main post.
Okay.
This application is filed under post title. The first one in the matter of an application under Rule 31 of the Rules for Administration of Justice and Police in Nagaland, read with Section 115 of the CPC, read with Article 3 to 7 of the Constitution of India. Lordship, here, this petition is not maintainable under 115 of the CPC. Because, my lord, after the amendment, CPC 115, unless the order disposes of the suit, a revision does not lie under 155 of the amendment. Yes, CPC. Revision, my lord, may I read it?
Yes. Yes.
May I read this one? A High Court may call for the records of any case which has been decided by any court subordinate to such.
69. Yes.
Or
High Court.
115.
Yes.
A High Court may call for the record of any case which has been decided by any court subordinate to such High Court, and in which no appeal lies thereto, and if such subordinate court appears to have exercised jurisdiction not vested in law by, or to have failed to exercise jurisdiction so vested, or to have acted in exercise of its jurisdiction illegally or without or with material irregularity. The High Court may make such order in the case as esteemed fits, provided, my lord, this one, provided that the High Court, this amendment was brought into 2002, my lord, provided that the High Court shall not, under this section, vary or reverse any order made or any order deciding an issue in the course of a suit or proceeding, except where the order, if it had been made in favor of the party applying for revision, would have finally disposed the suit or other proceedings. So therefore, my lord, this order which has been impugned before this honorable court, thus, if it was passed in favor of the petitioner, my lord, could not have ended the suit. So it could not have ended the suit. A revision will lie only if the order which has been challenged, if it was passed in favor of the person who is challenging the order, and if such order could have disposed of the suit, only then a revision will lie. So Section 115 is not available to the
Just a minute. Let us read it again.
Yes, my lord.
Provided.
Provided, my lord, the High Court shall not, under this section, vary or reverse any order made or any other order deciding an issue in the course of a suit or other proceeding, except, my lord, except where the order, if it has been made in favor of the party applying for revision, my lord, here the petitioner could have finally disposed of the suit or the proceeding. So if the order,
so it could not have finally decided the suit. So that is it.
Even if it was made in his favor, injunction was given, it could not have decided the suit. So therefore, a revision will not lie.
What do you say in this regard?
Yeah.
Lordship, that
Just a minute, 1 minute.
Your Lordship, that I have taken this article 227 also.
it is only
taken the
maintainable
alternative.
under 227.
Okay.
I have taken the alternative,
Yes,
227.
okay.
This petition is maintainable only under 227.
Okay.
115 is out, man.
Hmm.
Even Rule 31 is out.
Hmm.
Because, my lord, the High Court has categorically said that Rule 31, rules for the administration of justice and police in Nagaland will not be applicable to the regularly constituted court under the Civil Courts Act or the regular courts, my lord.
Under Register of General Case. Yes,
Yeah, Register of General Case.
I agree to that.
Yes.
That is your Lordship alternative 227, I believe.
I don't think, my lord, that my learned senior colleague will dispute.
No.
That 31 and 115 is not applicable. It's not
227,
applicable.
your Lordship.
Only 227. Only 227. So now, Lordship, yeah. So, ada apa? Lordship, for the convenience of this honorable court, my lord.
Yes.
For the convenience of this honorable court, my lord, I prepared a list of authorities.
Yes.
Instead of reading all the books, my lord, this is there, but if your lordship wants to go through, we can go through, my lord.
Para.
But first case, my lord, Register General Gauhati High Court.
Yes.
CPC is applicable in regularly constituted court, paragraph number, my lord, 2013 4 GLP 1109, paragraph 232 and 33. So therefore, my lord, Rule 31 of the Rules for Administration of Justice and Police in Nagaland will not be applicable since CPC is applicable. So CPC 115 is not applicable. So only Article 227. This petition is maintainable, my lord, only under Article 227. Now, Lordship, what is the scope of Article 227? Because, my lord, it is not an appeal. It's an application under 227. The scope for judicial review under 227 is limited, my lord. And these are the cases which lays down. My lord, may I just paragraph Surya Devi, my lord, 2002, 2003, 6 SCC 675. Should we read the judgment or lordship? This
Which one? Surya Devi.
Surya Devi.
Okay, so here.
I just called out the principle laid down, my lord.
Okay.
Jurisdiction under Article 227 is exercised when a subordinate court assumes jurisdiction which it does not have or has failed to exercise jurisdiction which it does have, or the jurisdiction is exercised in a manner not permitted by law, and the failure of grave injustice is occasioned thereby. The supervisory power are not able to correct mere errors of fact or law unless the error is manifest, apparent on the face of the proceeding, such as when it is based on clear ignorance or other disregards to the provision of law, and thereby gross failure of justice or grave injustice is occasioned. A patent error is an error which is self-evident without involving lengthy or complicated argument or long-drawn process of reasoning. When two inferences are reasonable and the subordinate court has chosen to take one view, the error cannot be called a gross or patent. The supervisory powers are to be exercised sparingly and only in appropriate cases where judicial conscience of the High Court dictates it to act, thus a gross failure of justice or grave injustice should occasion. The High Court, while exercising supervisory jurisdiction, will not convert itself into a court of appeal and indulge in reapposition or evaluation of evidence or correct errors in drawing inferences or correct mere formal or technical character. So, Lordship, limited. Now, Lordship, 3 also, Salini Sayam also, my lord, same 2010, 8 ACC, scope of Article 227. Now, my lord, this one, Khasimat, my lord, number 4. This is 2010. This is the principle, my lord, principle of injunction. That first of all, there has to be a prima facie case. Even before going for balance of convenience, irreparable loss, prima facie case is important, my lord. Do they have a prima facie case? Absolutely not. They have been selected by a committee which was constituted illegally. Absolutely not. They come to court, my lord, they must first establish that they have a prima facie case. The trial court came to a finding that they have prima facie. Absolutely perverse, my lord. Then lordship may kindly come to 5. Gujarat Bottling Limited, my lord. Paragraph 43. The need for injunction to protect the plaintiff must be weighed against the corresponding need of the defendant to be protected against the injury resulting from his having been prevented from exercising all legal rights for which he could not be adequately compensated. While granting an interlocutory injunction, the court can require the plaintiff to furnish an undertaking so that the defendant can be adequately compensated if the trial is resolved in favor of the defendant. So, my lord, here, inconvenience is caused to me. I'm being ousted. Balance of convenience should have been weighed in that manner, my lord. A person who was not in office has been brought in. A person who was elected subsequently illegally I've been asked to make way for a person who has been appointed subsequently, my lord. Now, my lord, then number 6, my lord, Union of India, Mr. N. Murugasan, paragraph 26, my lord. No party can be allowed to accept and reject the same thing or appropriate or reappropriate. One cannot take advantage of one part while rejecting the rest. Lordship, here? Yes, Lordship, I've got it. Bihoto, my lord, Bihoto group enjoyed, my lord. As per the agreement, they enjoyed to the fullest. And after enjoying, when the time came to honor their obligation, my lord, proxy, somebody else is doing this. Therefore, my lord, prima facie case is in my favor, absolutely not in their favor. Presence of convenience in my favor. Harm and damages caused to me, my lord, being ousted from office. My tenure is only for a period of 3 years, my lord. So, my lord, no objection at all when these people were when we were selected, when we were asked to hold office, when the agreement was made. Only once they enjoyed everything, when the time came to relinquish the office, again, the problem started. Now this time he cannot continue, he brings somebody else, my lord. So, my lord, that's my rest.
My lord, a small reply.
Yes.
Your lordship, from the. I beg to take your lordship this page 180, 6C. In reply to the. My contention is that, your lordship, my constitutional right has been superseded by Sumi WSH. Here, your lordship, 6C, page 180. Mode of selection of office bearers and executive members.
Yes.
The executive committee shall select the ex-president of WSKH along with 5-7 Betan Kukami and shall constitute them as nominating committee.
In your case, you have done it.
Yes, but in their case, they have not done this.
But you have done this, try to fulfill this after they have already occupied.
Your lordship, we are not recognizing them. Because they have not been, they were selected not in accordance with section 6C of the constitution. That is why we have not given them power and we have come before this honorable court. Civil court. This is one objection, your lordship, that they are wholly relying upon the constitution of WSH. Now, your lordship, page 179. Because our group, this petitioners group, they were selected within the purview of constitution of Western Sumi Kukamiho. An ex-president, he nominated other members and they have selected. And accordingly, we started functioning in our office. Then while they were having parallel, then we went to the court. Now, your lordship, 179.
Yes, the executive committee shall select the ex-president.
So Bihoto was ex-president. By this time, Bihoto was.
So in your case, a nominating committee was there?
Yes, my lord.
But ex-president was not.
Ex-president was not there because, my lord, he had re-elected himself. He wanted to be the president. Lordship as well. Lordship, yes.
Okay.
In their case, it is the violation of
president, my lord.
Yes, I want to show that there is a violation of this article 6C. Then earlier page 179, your lordship. I am just replying to the submission made by my learned friend. 179. D. Membership. 1B. 1B, Your Lordship.
Okay.
Name and affiliations. Name and affiliations. Western Sumi Kukamiho shall have cordial relationship with Western Sumi Hoho, Sumi Hoho, Sumi Kukami Hoho, NBCF Naga Hoho, or like associations. But nowhere it is stated that we are the affiliated body of WSH. This can be taken into consideration, Your Lordship. Our constitution has not
affiliated.
We are not affiliated to any of the. We will keep cordial relationship. This is the meaning of our constitution. 1B. Then nomination, it is done. My contention is and submission is limited to that only, Your Lordship. Okay. So that's all, Your Lordship.
Lordship, my objection to the injunction application is page 23 of the affidavit, my lord, bulky bullet, page 23. Just pointing out, my lord, if your lordship, because the fact,
Page
my lord,
23 of that?
no, of the main page, of the second.
Okay, page 23.
Page 23. And my appeal memo is at page 18. Just lordship, the dates and all, if your lordship wants to refer.
This is
Page 23 is my objection to the injunction application.
okay, just a minute.
Respondent's objection to injunction. And page 80 is the appeal memo, my lord, civil appeal 4/22. My appeal before the district judge. Page 80.
Okay.
Yes. Obliged, my lord, much obliged for the patient hearing.
Third. Mr. P.B. Paul, National Counsel for the petitioner. So I've also heard Mr. Imping Longjim, National Counsel for the how many respondents?
Respondents, my lord.
Okay, respondents staff. So what I'll do is there some other CAB.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. So what I'll do is if I keep it CAB, because we are supposed to dispose of within some period, limited period. We are finding it difficult, actually, no extra time though. So what I'll do is I'll fix one date for some clarification.
All right.
On that day, I'll keep CAB. On that day, I'll come prepare with. So if there is any clarification, okay, no clarification, then I'll do it. Yes, because the entire month I'll be there.
The date,
one date can be fixed.
the date can be fixed today?
Yes.
Lordship, can it be done on?
Next Thursday? Yeah, Tuesday. Tuesday, I mean.
No, not next. Next week, Sunday, Saturday, I have some project. After that, next week.
20, my lord.
Okay. On 20, no? Just a minute. Huh? So it will be on 20. Okay. List this matter again on 20 as a part hard. No? Okay.
My lord, I am having
for further hearing. No problem.
I am having backache, Your Lordship.
No problem.
Just I have come from Calcutta.
No problem.
Then I may appear through
No
this
problem.
also.
No problem.
Much obliged.
Because otherwise it's hard only. So he'll be there.
Yes, my lord. Actually, nowadays it has become troublesome for me to travel, Your Lordship. I don't know how long. My learned colleague is inspiring me that you continue for some more days.
Yes, sir.
Now, in this bench, I am one of the oldest now, no? Iralu and myself.
This, and then this, the power, if possible, just printed copy, get it printed.
The case laws.
Case laws, get it printed.
Can I just
So that I can't carry the books.
Yes, Lordship, we are talking for the assistant of.
Oh, that will be better. Oh. Okay.
Obliged.
Obliged.
Paragraph kami di dinat na.
Ahoy, paragraph kami dinazem.
Yes.